Okay. Okay, thank you. It works? Okay. Good. So, as I said, this is in a book that I edited with Giovanni Federico on handbook, the Handbook of Historical Economics, and I thought I'd just advertise it. Okay, so what am I going to do? So these are theory. Otelling did a bunch of work in statistics, but these are theory lectures, okay? And I'm more or less a theorist. I used to be a real theorist. Now I'm a fake theorist, but still, this is theory in the sense that the whole, and you will see that it's theory also in a specific way. So this is not about sophisticated mathematics and sophisticated theorems. There's some of that, but very little. What it is about, it's really about how to model these things, these phenomena, these objects, okay? As I try to argue, a lot of the literature is empirical and it's fantastic, but I want to argue, some people agree, some people disagree. Theory here is going to be very useful. Now, whether it is or it isn't, we'll see, but certainly that's what we'll do today, okay? So what I'll try and do is think about how do you model culture, how do you model institutions, how do you model elites, how do you model prosperity, and how do you model the link between these things and prosperity using this ambitious kind of vague word, okay? So that's the objective, okay? So I'm going to write down abstract models. So culture and institution are going to be key. And as I said, I'm going to first do culture, then institution, then do culture and institutions together. Because I think it's in the interaction that there's a lot of relevance here. And I'm going to take this model to political economy, okay? Because in the end, that's what we think, that's how we think these things are relevant for prosperity growth, okay? And I'm going to argue, as I already said, that the interaction is particularly important here, okay? Let me just stand on the shoulders of giants. I don't want to, I'll send you the slides. I will not have much time, but I cannot avoid citing Machiavelli. You'll see there's a lot of Italy in this stuff. Italians have always been interested in these kind of things. It's not strange to them here, but so let me read the translation, of course. This was a good institutional order. He's talking about the Medicis in Florence in the Renaissance. This was a good institutional order where citizens were good, but when citizens become bad, it turned into a horrible order. Okay, so my reading of what he's saying, he might be saying all sorts of stuff, but my reading of what he's saying is culture and institution needs to be aligned in some way. Okay, when cultures go wrong, then institution hardly managed to provide what's useful for a society to grow or to prosper. Okay, so that's the idea. And then, there's a bunch of people who are saying, in a way, the same thing. Okay, so this is one of the, if you wish, ridiculously, but this is one of the motivations for this work, which gets to the interaction of cultural institution in the end. Okay, so historically, there's all sorts of phenomena that in the historical narratives have been thought growth phenomena, positive or negative, right? Situation where prosperity grew very much or situation where prosperity got stuck and societies went bad. There are a lot of these narratives actually have an element of institution and an element of culture, right? So Industrial Revolution in England, yes, of course, there's bourgeois, there's property rights, there's the institutional stuff, but there's also bourgeois culture, okay? Bourgeois ideology. Whatever that means, there are, people and books that talk about these issues. I just want to notice the fact that there's culture and institution in this issue, okay? So the communes in Italy, of course, there's an institutional structure, independence from the Sacred Roman Empire, but there's also civic capital. The whole thing there, it's the construction of civic capital in these communes that still has an effect today. Okay, so little towns which were communes are doing better in Italy than little towns that were not. On the opposite side, Roman Empire, slavery was so crucial, and so that's the institutional dimension. And the cultural dimension is this, ideological stigma against manual occupation. Romans didn't do anything, okay? They didn't want to work. They thought that working with their hands was horrible, and they never did. And when, at some point, the world that they could conquer ended, which means that the number of slaves that they could have stopped increasing, the society went to hell. All right, so let's go ahead. So this is a motivation, general motivation for why I'm going to put culture and institution together. Okay, so why am I going to talk about elites? Because elites is where this interaction, I'm going to talk about models. You will see I'm going to talk about models where there is an interaction between elite and civil society. Civil society could be workers, could be whatever you want. But this interaction between elite, that's where the title of this class is, The Circulation of Elite, comes from Pareto. You will see, I'm going to talk about this later, again, Italian. The elites and civil society, it's where this interaction between culture and institution takes place at a lower level of abstraction, okay? So that's, again, these are some quotations from these guys, and Pareto in particular, right? So the last one, La storia del cimitero di elites, the history is a graveyard of elite, is really what's behind the circulation of the elite, right? So Pareto has this idea that, elites drive everything, and at some point elites are very strong, and then elite are strong because they become elite because they're strong, and then they become weak because, after a while that you have too much power, you get weak, whatever that means. And when you get weak, another elite comes up, okay? So that's this idea of the circulation of the elite, and that's why he's saying history is a graveyard of elites, because at some point elites become weak, okay? So we're going to get into this in the second part of these lectures, okay? All right, so again, I want to go back to historical. So like in the first part, I was saying, cultural institutions play a crucial role in these historical narratives. There's going to be a lot of history here, of course. Maybe superficial, but it's crucial in terms of motivation. Well, there are all these phenomena that historians are trying to understand and explain, okay? Phenomena of divergence, basically of growth, prosperity divergence, right? So one is Europe and China, the other is Europe and Islam, and in particular, of course, you can imagine I care about the north or south of Italy, not that, it's not that I care more about that, but I know a little bit more about that, okay? So these are all things that people have been trying to explain for hundreds of years. And the models, the way, the narratives behind it, again, are very often seen in terms of the interaction or the fights between elite groups, okay? In the case of North and South of Italy, is aristocracy and bourgeoisie, but, Greif, Tabellini, and Mock here look at China versus Europe, and the whole thing is clans versus corporations, and the people, Timur Kuran, this I'm citing a paper of mine because we have the model, but Timur Kuran is the person that has looked at Europe Islam, and, again, the issue is clerical, the clerics against the secular, okay? So we are going to talk about that paper, okay? So again, this cultural institution, this interaction with cultural institution manifests itself into the fight, the interaction between elites and civil society, I want to argue, okay? So why do I do models? I do models because I can't do anything else. But I think, so methodologically here, I think this is very important. If you look at, again, the GDP growth literature that we had in the 90s, that was all modeling. I mean, there was a lot of empirical work, but the empirical work was based on models, on structural models. Nowadays, there's much less structural work. I think it's important, methodological. I don't want to spend much time here. We can debate this forever, both being right. I think it's very important to have models that help us think about these questions, and so that's what I do. I'll develop models. By the way, by developing models, one thing that you're doing is you're taking the stress away from causal arguments, okay? When you have a model, when you have a structural model, the causal dimension is a little bit less relevant, okay? Because it's built into the structure of the model. So you do, when you do empirical work, you do empirical work conditional, statement conditional on the structure of the model in a sense, okay? So it takes a little bit away from the causal structure. I think the causal, which of course, very important, very interesting, in this setup, it took a little bit away, I think, from the core interesting aspect of the problem, because when you do, you don't have to, but when you do causal arguments, you typically have one right-hand side variable. You instrument it, but you have one right-hand side, one explanatory variable, okay? Which in this case, it's either culture or institution. And people fight, is it culture or is it institution, right? So it doesn't have to be, but the way people empirically think about the problem got them not to think about the interaction, which again, I'm claiming it's important, okay? So it's either one or the other, and, you know, and it's both, all right? So we need, and you know, one of the things that we'll do here is we write down models where you can empirically try and distinguish what does it mean it's both. What's the relative relevance of one factor versus another, okay? All right, so I don't know how this works if you're supposed to ask questions. I'm very happy if you ask questions, okay? Maybe not, you know, maybe not too extreme, but okay. So 20 minutes of the introduction. Now we start, okay? And as I said, this is a little long. So I am going to, given that, you know, they gave me 6 hours or something, I am going to, you know, wander around a little bit, okay? So I'm not just going into, let me give you a model that looks at, whatever, prosperity in terms of cultural institution interaction or in terms of elites and civil society interaction. I am going to stop and think about culture, stop and think about institutions, okay? How do you model these things? Even if not necessarily, you know, geared towards the final objective, okay? So this is, in some sense, the study of cultural dynamics stand by itself without necessarily getting into, let's write down models of culture that are useful to think about prosperity, okay? In particular, as you can imagine, you know, the cultural dynamics is a field which is really there in the middle between sociology, political science, and anthropology, and there's now a little bit of now, in the last 20 years, there's economics too, okay? So we're there in the middle, and of course, when you go in different disciplines, then there are fights and different ways of misunderstanding or difficulty understanding each other. So I want to try, and I've been doing this for many, many years. This is the first thing I've done in this kind of arc of research that I'm going to present. But it's been good. It's good now to, you know, step back a little bit and think about what we've done, Thierry and I, with respect to the rest of the world, of the disciplines, of the social sciences, okay? So I'm going to do this a little bit. Hopefully it's interesting, okay? So what's culture and how it moves? So one thing that I'm going to argue, sorry, I dress like an Italian, but then or try to dress like an Italian, but then I become an American very soon. What's culture and how it moves? So the first thing I want to say is the definition. So culture is being defined in, there's a famous paper that lists, I don't know how many, 100, and it's written down there, 164 definition of cultures, okay? This is, you know, irrelevant. They're all the same. When you write down a model, they're all the same, okay? So this is an issue that you often have in the social sciences, but then when you try to work with stuff, you know, they're not really all the same, but very related, okay? To me, the important thing is, obvious methodological point, culture is not a residual, okay? So it's not, so often Certainly in the 90s, when people were doing growth and I was in Chicago, culture was a residual. What does it mean? You run a regression, whatever you can't explain. The U is culture, okay? Is, you know, preferences change over people, heterogeneous preferences, they're all in the residual, okay? That's fine. Now, culture stops being the residual when you model it, okay? When you have restrictions about what is culture. Then, of course, it's not the residual anymore. Then it's actually an object of study, okay? So that, of course, what we're doing here. Culture is here an object of study, it's not the residual. In particular, and again, notwithstanding the 164 definition of culture, what I think, or what we have done, but I think anthropologists would agree in many ways, it's not that important, it's not so important what culture is. What's important is how it moves, okay? So we're going to define culture in a very trivial way for the moment. We can do much better, but we're going to define culture as preferences, you will see. Okay, so people have a utility, but there's another U, but not the U, the residual. Now this is a U utility function. There's an index I on the utility function, okay? And there are groups of I equal 1 and groups of I equal 2. There are Italians and Germans, okay? And trivial example of an ethnic cultural trait, or, you know, Catholic and Protestants. And we're not going to, not that this is not important, but a lot of this literature, we're not going to deal too much about what it means to be Italian or what it means to be Catholic. We are going to say, how does the proportion of Italians in a general population moves? How does the proportion of Catholic increase or decrease in a given environment? Okay, so the dynamics is going to be much more key. Of course, for what we do when we think about, you know, growth of societies, the dynamics is key. But more generally, a lot of what it's done here is that, and you'll see it in whatever the definition that I would claim, you know, it's the principal component of the 164 definitions there. Culture is preference, attitude, beliefs, which depend upon the capacity of social learning and transmission. The whole thing is social learning and transmission. That's the core element of the definition of culture, okay? So whatever is culture, the point is how it moves, how you pass it to your kids or how your kids take it up from their friends and things of this sort, okay? So that's where we're going to go, and this is how we're going to think about this, okay? So I'm going to try, so there's a group of anthropologists, okay, so so this is stuff that's been done a long time ago, but in case people don't know, so the structure here, the basic models, and again, I'm taking everything down, I'm projecting everything down to models because you know, that's what we care about here. So the basic model comes from Cavalli-Sforza and Feldman. These are two biologists, okay? So Cavalli-Sforza died, unfortunately, recently Italian, by the way. Hey. So Cavalli-Sforza and Feldman, they are both very famous biologists at Stanford, which wrote down a model of the dynamics of cultural trait. And then these guys are anthropologists, but they claim anthropology dislikes them as a field. So they call themselves cultural evolutionaries, okay? That's what they do. They're a subset of anthropology, and then there's us and a bunch of other people, okay, in economics. So I'm going to try to briefly, I don't want to spend too much time, but I want to give you a sense of how we model these dynamics of culture, okay? So again, what is culture? For an economist, culture is preferences or a system of preferences, okay? Could be one element, one parameter of the utility function, could be a vector, okay? For cultural revolutionaries, it's a trait, it's a behavioral trait, right? Say nobody maximizes there, they behave, they act, okay? So traditionally, like in evolutionary game theory, in evolutionary theory, you know, what's selected by evolution is actions, okay? For us, what's selected by evolution is preferences. And then actions are some sort of maximization over rational choices over preferences, okay? So that's the first element. The second element is they care a lot about social learning, of course, it's core. social learning is what economists sometimes call cultural transmission, but it's the same, okay? In the end, the whole issue is how does the trait get across generations, okay? The whole point here is that there is a mechanism of transmission of this trait which is not necessarily genetic, okay? It's faster, which is cultural, okay? That's the whole idea, all right? So for them, this is social learning, which is basically imitation, right? So, which is basically, again, fitness from their point of view, okay? So the way it's transmitted is trivially stuff with higher fitness develops better, okay? And elements of social learning, dimension of social learning, are also defined by fitness. For instance, you copy, because you imitate more successful people, okay? So that's a trait that is selected by fitness. Okay, so fitness will say that if you people who imitate more successful people grow more in terms of fitness, in terms of number of offsprings. Okay, so it all goes back to fitness determining, of course, the trait, but also determines the trait, the dimensions of social learning. From our point of view, the social learning is cultural transmission. It's socialization, identity formation. So what does it mean? What's the difference? The difference here is that in here there are parents socializing, parents making choices. In here there are kids making choices. There are choices, okay? So again, the fundamental distinction is cultural evolutionary people, scholars have in mind fitness determining both the trait and the transmission mechanism. Okay, in our view, in the economist model, fitness determines preferences. Given preferences, you have a transmission. Okay, preferences will give you the ability of choose, including how to transmit and how to pick up trait, how to imitate. Okay, so the point I'm going to make may be trivial, but I still think it's interesting, is that this connects our way of thinking about the stuff to econ one-on-one, and there you go, Hotelling and Shepard's lemma and this stuff, and the envelope theorem. It's really, in the end, I'm going to do it in a second, in the end, the cultural transmission is just a standard problem, choosing apple and oranges, okay? It's the standard trade-off of our micro 101, which, it's very beautiful because we know everything about that problem, and because, it helps us think about very standard, obvious questions that otherwise you can't think about. I will tell you in a second. So it's a way of fitting the cultural transmission, the dynamics of culture problem, into a lot of stuff that we know and we can model. And that means that we can make this problem very rich in a way. And I'll try to argue that we do that. Okay? Okay, so in their case, it's all fitness. In our case, it's preferences determined by fitness, and then social transmission. Here's my Erasmus. So there's work on this. I just want to cite this work because I think it's fantastic. Okay, it's really very interesting. Nothing to do with the whole. It's a diversion from the whole direction these lectures go. But this idea of fitness or evolutionary selection determining preferences, and then preferences acting, preferences determining choices in all environments, it's very important, and it's been studied in an interesting way, by economists in the context of evolutionary selection, right? So there's a fundamental, and I'm going to get to the core, there's a fundamental argument behind preferences are selected evolutionary. Okay, preferences allow you a sort of flexibility in actions over different environments. Okay, so if you think about a model, and people have written down these models, think about a model where nature, evolution, is the principle, and we are the agents. well, nature will want to give us some flexibility in action. Okay, because ex ante, nature is lower, so ex ante nature cannot predict what's going to happen, but can tell us, look at what's happening, so information extraction, and then choose appropriately. Okay, so this model has been written down. I want to cite Arthur Robson, who is the father of this literature. He has this beautiful paper, Why Would Nature Give Individual Utility Functions? Now, the title of the paper is absolutely fantastic. There's a fundamental idea behind it, which is what I'm trying to argue now. The paper, the development of the paper is complicated, and I'm not sure it gets to the core, but it was a long time ago. There's a recent book by a biologist, Kevin Mitchell, which does essentially the same. He's after free will, but to him, free will is utility function people having utility function choosing. He doesn't say it this way because he's a biologist, but if you read the book, that's where we're going. So he does really, in a way, the biological foundation for this one, okay? So that's the way. We're not going to go there now, but that's the way we're going to think about this, okay? We're not going to talk about nature here. We're not going to talk about evolution too much. We're not going to talk about gene-culture coevolution. This is a fantastic problem. And again, a lot of people have done it, myself included. This is a fantastic problem. We are not going to go there, of course. We're going to take preferences, which means cultural trait in some sense as given, and we're going to study the dynamics of them, okay? And we're going to identify preferences as cultural trait. By the way, this allows us to look, because the choice problem is faster, it's, you choose the trait of your kids and your kids adopt different traits in the course of one generation, it moves much faster than anything depending on fitness, of course, or even social imitation. So we can look, there's two dimensions of everything I've said gives us two things. One gives us forward-looking aspects. We extract, utility function makes us extract information and think about the future, which they can't have because it's all imitation. And also, the process is much faster. So we can actually think about traits like the one I said, which is Italian versus German, Catholic versus Protestant. Okay, so this is this is a logarithmic scale. Okay, so the cultural evolution are looking at this. Okay, so this goes from 100,000, a million, 10 million years ago. Okay, social learning started, whatever, a little bit less than 800,000 years ago, they claim. Okay, of course, I don't know that. We can look at that too, but we're here. Okay, so we are looking at, after the Neolithic maybe, we're looking at, I've just posted religions, okay, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All right, so you see in the logarithmic scale, you see how how different is the time frame. Okay, so we can do this because, and maybe that's what economists are more interested about. That's perfectly fine. But we can do this because we have processes that move at that time scale. Okay, while this time scale is a whole different world. Okay. All right, so let's go into the models. It's been talking about words for a long time. Let's go a little bit into the structure of the models. Questions? Should we go? Okay, stop me, please. So I'm going to write down a model of the dynamics of culture, so you'll see how it works. So we have traits in population at t, and we're going to have traits in population at time t plus 1. In the middle, there's a sort of cultural fitness, okay? So the idea is, suppose you have two cultures in the end, a lot of the model, there's two cultural traits. Which one goes faster? When? Okay, so that's the whole question, of course. Which one grows faster? Okay? So the class of models we're going to look at are population dynamics models. All right, so there's going to be two traits. There's a fraction of one trait. The other trait is 1 minus that. Q is the fraction of trait 1. 1 minus Q is the fraction of trait 2. And, let's see how Q moves. That's the idea, okay? And of course, how Q moves depends on cultural fitness. We use the word fitness, again, to link it to, to our parental literature, but of course, it's going to be utilities. Okay? And now there are two dimensions that I'm going to get to. On one side is motivations. So, what motivates a parent to transmit a trait to the kid? What motivates a kid to pick up a trait from, a cultural trait from peers? Okay, so that's one dimension. So there could be many models, we're going to have models of that. And the other dimension is on the supply side, is there are many ways in which you transmit a trait to your kid. You talk to him or her, you choose the school he or she goes to, you choose the friends he or she goes to, you marry a person that will help you then socialize the kid to your own trait. There's all sorts of mechanism that helps you socialize your kid, supposing you want to socialize your kid to your own trait, right? So this mechanism have different effects, and they are interesting in different ways. So there's a lot of work. Of course, I can't go into all the detail, but I'll give you some sense. There's a lot of work trying and do that, right? So that's the point I was trying to make before. Once you have a well-defined choice problem, then it's very easy for us, because we know how to do these things, to enrich the problem into stuff that you're interested in. Yes, there was a question. Yeah.
Preference in the previous slide, the motivations and the demand side.
Yes, so it will a particular way of thinking about preferences. You'll see it in a second, right? So it's demand, yes. So the whole idea here is, there's two things. Preferences are traits, okay? So that's what I had before, which is, Italian. I'm Italian, that's my trait. Yes, so that's my preference. Then the second question is, what is my preference to make my son an Italian? Okay, so there's an original preference, which is the trait, and then there's the question, this is the cultural fitness, right? So why do I want or why don't I want my son to be Italian? Okay, why do I want my son to be American? He lives in the U.S. I'm using son because I actually have a son. Okay, so why do I want him to be American? Why do I want him to be Italian? Okay, so what are the preferences of the transmission process? So that's you're right. I mean, it wasn't clear, but that's the distinction. Okay. All right. So when I talk about the demand side factor, I mean the second one. What are the factors that determine whether I want my son to be Italian or American, or how much one and the other? Okay. All right. So again. Fundamental, this I can write it down as a static maximization problem if I allow myself to have a bunch of myopic structure into the problem, or I can be more dynamics. And again, we're going to hit into well-known issues. One of the things that is nice is that we can think about welfare here, something that, of course, you cannot do if you do fitness. Okay? The point I want to make, this is a point that Thierry and I made a long time ago, is that if you look at the model this way, if you have economic choice, if you have purposeful choice on the part of parents on socializing the kids, the dynamics completely changes with respect to a model where you don't have that, which is basically the model that Cavalli, Sforza, Feldman, and Boyd and Richardson were using. Okay, so economics changes things in a fundamental way, and and it's not just by mathematical magics, it's got a fundamental reason, and we're understanding, and we're going to go there. All right? And the sense in which it does this is that economics will imply that it's much easier to have a heterogeneous population, which is, in a world with two traits, both traits exist in the limit. One of the issues with this literature is that it's of the previous, pre-economics literature, is that it implied that, only one trait, the trait with the higher fitness would win, okay? And that's it. And then you look at, Asia or Africa, and you see 3,000 languages spoken and different cultural traits, and you ask yourself, how is that possible, okay? So this was one of the fundamental general questions about this literature, and, whatever, economics helps there. All right, so really let's go down to the model. Yes?
Clarification between the differences. So there's no notion of the group here, right? There's just one society where...
For the moment, there's one society. We can do all sorts of stuff. But yes, so the simple model has one society with two groups, with two ethnic groups. That's the basic model. Ethnic groups can be many more. We can have different societies interacting, of course, you know.
And you get the heterogeneity, sort of you assume one society, you get heterogeneity within the one society, and the other would get differences across groups.
And the other would find homogeneous society. So same model, one society, two groups, in the end, one group. We have one society, two groups, in the end, two groups. You'll see it in a sec. Okay? So how does this work? Continuum of aging in each generation, population normalized to 1. So the model, of course, as I said, it's been, you know, this is for us, it was an industry, of course. So, and for other people, so we can expand it to in all dimensions. But this is really the core, okay? So there's no sexual reproduction. There's one parent which has one child, okay? And so the population is stationary. I'll do some of the extensions later. Population is stationary. There are, for a moment, agents live two periods. There's a child and there's an adult. And, you know, every adult has a child asexually. Each agent is associated to two traits, I or J, or one of the two traits, I or J, and the fraction of agents of type 1 is QI. Type I is QI. Okay, so as I said, what is culture is not really important. It's I, okay, in here. It's not important in the model, okay, and it never changes. What changes is the Q, the fraction of people of group I. That's the story, okay? Each agent has a preference for the cultural trait of his or her child, okay? So we assume, and again, for simplicity, but we've done all sorts of stuff to justify this. Suppose for a moment, in the simplest possible word, that I like my son to be Italian, a little bit better than not. Okay, so VII, the value for an I parent of an I child is higher than VIJ, which is the value for an I parent of a J child. Okay? There's all sorts of stuff going there, and bear with me for a second. We call this assumption imperfect empathy because in our idea, the way we model this is typically I look at my child with my own preferences. So if the child is like me, he does exactly when he chooses maximally, he chooses whatever I would choose. But if he's different than me, then I look at his, I'm altruistic with respect to my child, but I look at what he does with my preferences. Okay, so I eat pasta, he eats hot dogs. I don't like hot dogs that much. Okay, that's the idea. If it's because he's American, if he's Italian, he also eats pasta, and that's what I think. Okay, but I like hot dogs too, and I value the fact that he eats hot dogs. Okay, a little bit less, but okay. I'm trivializing, of course. This is we call it imperfect empathy. All right, so that's the structure. There is a probability of socialization that depends on effort. Okay? So the probability of having, for a father of type I to have a child of type I depends on the effort that he puts, EI, and depends on the society. Okay? I will write down a specific model of the fraction of the society of type I. Okay? So there's some social dimension, of course, of the cultural transmission problem. It might be easier to socialize my son as an Italian in Italy than it is to socialize him as an Italian in the US, obviously. That's really what's in there. Okay, so the point I want to make here is really that this is the 101 problem. Okay, so utility function, there's a utility for consumption, and then there's a probability of having a child like me, which has value VII, and then there's a probability of having a child different, which has value VIJ, which is less. Consumption utility, and there's a budget constraint, okay? So this E, so the effort that I put in socialization, comes out, or the outcome of my effort in socialization is effort in terms of time, leisure, and it's effort in terms of resources, okay? And of course, on the right-hand side of the budget constraint, I have resources and time, which goes through wages, okay? So the more time I spend taking my kid to play soccer, the less I work, which is exactly what, my case. So what I've done 20 years ago, okay? So this is a standard problem. It doesn't get simpler than this, okay? So again, we can do Shepard's lemma and write and construct a cost function that minimizes the resources, and and everything now it looks a little ugly, like Micro 101 looks. I'm going to teach it in 2 weeks. I'm going to go and teach Micro 101. So it looks a little ugly, but really it's marginal cost equal to marginal benefits. Okay, it doesn't get better than that from our point of view. Okay, and look at what the right-hand side of the first order condition over there. The marginal benefit, what is that? Is delta V. What's delta V? VII minus VIJ. Okay, that's going to be key in everything we do. Okay, so this delta V is the extra value for a parent to have a kid of type I. Okay, of his same type. Sorry, not of type I, of his same type. Okay, so this can change. It can depend on a million things. In this case, it's exogenous thrown there because it's the simplest possible model I can write. But it can be. You can put all of economics you want, and I'm going to do it in a second. You can put a lot of economics into that delta V. Okay, you should think of it. I do. Think of it as an indirect utility function kind of story. Okay, and that's where we play. Okay, so then we can do comparative statics. We do the beautiful picture. So Thierry did this so that CTE means constant in French, and then TMS means marginal rate of substitution in French again. So you move stuff, and that's what we teach college students. Okay, so in this case you move delta V, and of course you socialize more. Okay, you go from the black to the red, you increase delta V, the benefits, the marginal benefits go up, and you socialize more. If instead you increase resources, you have more resources, and you socialize more. Okay, or whatever. Now you have income effect, and substitution effect. Again, this is not. I just want to point out that this is really our bread and butter. Okay, and I think it's beautiful because it really takes this problem that maybe some people have never looked at back to apple and oranges. Okay, and I really like that. All right, so this is important instead. Okay, this is one of the comparative statics that we're doing. That's important. Okay, so let me notice it. Suppose you change Q. Okay, so QI. So this is the question of the effort that a parent of type I is putting into socializing his kid to the type I. Okay? Now, suppose the fraction of people of type I in the society increases. Okay, so does this parent socialize more or socialize less? Of course, either one is possible. The key difference is substitution of complementarity. The key difference is an increase in Q, a DQ, a delta Q, increases or decreases the marginal effect of effort. Okay? So if it decreases the marginal effect of effort, then, of course, you socialize less. If it increases the marginal product, marginal effect of effort, you socialize more. That's obvious. Again, one-on-one is going to drive everything in this story. Okay? All right. So cultural substitution and cultural complementarity defined that way. So the second partial of E and Q. All right. So what else do I have to say? Okay. So if you write down so important, the parent here only looks at his kid or her kid. Okay? So there is no dynamics for the moment. We can add it, and it's interesting, but there's no dynamics in the moment. Okay? It's a very myopic problem. He or she doesn't care about the grandchild. All right? In this context, you can write down the dynamics, and you can see very simply that typically, under a lot of regularity assumption, there's 3 steady state, 1 in the middle and 2 in the corners. It's always natural that, if you're in a corner where there's only one group, you stay there. The other group doesn't exist, doesn't do anything. But there could be a steady state in the middle, which is the one that we think it's interesting, where both groups coexist, okay? So whether the equilibrium, the steady state in the middle, is stationary or not depends on cultural substitutability, the substitutability or the complementarity that I was talking about before, okay? So under substitutability, the middle steady state, stationary state, is stable, okay? So that goes back to your question. All right, so easy to show this. This is an example where we do a distribution of resources, and we show that the group, if you think about two groups, the group with more equal resources are, money has higher cultural fitness, but okay. Okay, so let me just take this model down. So this is a general result. I'm going to show you the substitutability. I'm going to show you the same result in a specific environment, which is the one that we used a lot and other people have used a lot. Okay, so this is the structure. So this gets into the PII. What does it mean, PII, right? So before it was a general probability depending on E and Q. Now we're going to have a model, a production function for socialization. And we are taking this is the contribution of Cavalli, Swartz, and Feldman. Okay, so that's their model. The model is very simple. There's a parent which has a type, and the kid doesn't have the type. Okay, so let's say the parent is type I, the kid doesn't have a type. Now, the parent puts effort, costly effort, time, money, whatever, puts effort to socialize the kid directly to his own trait. So basically chooses a probability of socializing the kid. And of course, higher probability are more costly. If the kid is socialized, done, we're ending. If the kid is not socialized, then the kid goes out in the real world, in society, and picks a trait randomly. Okay? So that's where the distribution by trait of the population plays a role. Okay? So if my child goes and picks up a cultural parent in the US, he's most probably finding an American one. If he does that in Italy, he's most probably finding an Italian one. Unless, of course, I play with his friends, and that's one of the models that are going to come. But fundamentally, this is the idea. This is where Q plays a role in the transmission. Okay, so the first part is called direct socialization. The second part is called oblique transmission. Okay, if you do this and simplify everything, now you choose directly E that becomes tau. We call it tau. F of E is tau, so whatever. So it's a direct choice. We kill the leisure time versus resources trade-off because, of course, it's trivial. We can always have it, but for simplicity, we do that. So we write down the model. We come up with this equation, the dynamic equation, which is really the equation that people have in cultural evolution. It's a logistic. People having cultural evolution in evolutionary biology and all ways. So this is the difference in fitness. Okay, so this is the fitness of type I, and this is the fitness of type J. Okay, and you see that if these things are exogenous, well, the model will tell you that if this difference is positive, the system converges to QI equal 1. If this thing is negative, it converges to QI equals 0. All right, so if these things are exogenous, except in the trivial case in which they're exactly the same, you go to the corner. There's nothing else you can do. You either have 1 or you either have 0. In our setup, these taus are the outcome of the socialization problem of the parent. So in particular, they depend on Q, okay? Because the optimal choice of the parents depend on Q. The parents anticipate. So then what happens is this. This is the case of cultural evolution. That's our case, okay? So in the simplest model, we can check this cultural substitution. What does cultural substitution mean in this simple model? It simply means that minorities socialize at 0 in the limit. At 0, nobody does anything. But here, so this is QI, very close there, minorities socialize more than majorities. Okay, so that when the minority becomes small, it has an extra incentive to socialize. Again, if this is the example that I have because it's the real life one. It's the example that I have been having for 20 years. my son grew up in the US. I wouldn't take him to soccer if he grew up in Italy. Of course, he would play soccer. In the US, I had to go every night to the field to have him play soccer, okay? So as a minority, I'm socializing the kid more. If I care about my kid to be Italian, I need to socialize him more because of the substitution with the fraction. I know that if he goes out in the population, back there, he's going to play baseball. So, I need to take him out of the population and socialize him before he gets and does that, okay? That's the story. As trivial as it is, this is what drives the stability of the middle stationary state, because of course, when you get to a very close minority, the system pushes back from both sides, and then of course you find, now in the simplest case, you only have one stationary state in the middle and everything works. Questions? Time? 10, I have half an hour. Okay, questions? Let me go. All right, so one thing that I want to, all right, so what am I going to do in the next half an hour? It's going to take a little bit more, so I'm going to go a little bit over in the next class. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do two things. First is I'm still going to play this role, look, economists are so much better than anything else. I know, you get hated for this, but what can I do? For instance, I'm going to argue one of the beautiful things that we can do in this problem, exactly because it's an econ one-on-one problem, we can think about welfare. Okay? And if you think about welfare, then you can think about policies, you can think about all sorts of stuff. Policies in this world are really important. Okay? So this is very abstract, but really when you think about this model, these are models, for instance, of integration of immigrants. Okay? A lot of work has been done on that. I've done some of it. I'll show you. So that's a fundamental issue, okay? I would say one of the fundamental issues, political issues in the US and in Europe nowadays is the question of immigration. And it's of course, the immigration question has a pure economic dimension. They steal our jobs. But it also has a fundamental cultural dimension. And there's empirical work that's been done arguing, including myself, arguing that the cultural dimension is really actually more important, independent of what people say. And the cultural dimension is they steal our culture. They behave differently. They marry with our daughters and so on. Okay, so that is absolutely key. So welfare is important here. Okay, and I don't want to say that I know what to do and have a plan for immigration. I would run for president if I did, or whatever country. Well, Italy, because the US doesn't let me. But I don't, and I'm not going to go there. But I have a model where you can start to think about those issues. Okay, if you're good enough. Okay, so the point, the welfare here is kind of interesting. I just want to touch on it again. I'm sending you slides. You can look at the slides if you're interested, and then. This lecture will get into a book, apparently. So, the slides are a book, and you can read the book at some point. As I said, the model here is, the way I've written it down is one step ahead. Parents only think about their kids. They don't think about the grandkids. In this world, from the point of view of a parent, everything depends on Q. I mean, the choice of the parent depends on Q. Q is predetermined, so there is no inefficiency in any ways, okay? In fact, there's a mistake in a paper that Thierry and I have written on this dimension. If you think about it this way, it's obvious, okay? So there's no externality in any way. You want to think there's an externality, but there isn't, right? You want to think about it. Let me tell you what we thought would be an externality, which will come here, but it's not. We'll come in a different way, but it's not, right? So this is a world where Italians socialize their kids a lot to be Italian, and Americans socialize their kids a lot to be American. Everything is driven by the difference in taus. Where is the equation? Oh, man. Oh, no, because I'm going down rather than up. Okay. Everything is driven by this, okay? So Italians have this very high. Americans have this very high. You want to say, guys, it only depends on the difference. Just take it down a notch, both of us, and the dynamics is going to be the same, which is actually true, right? And these things are costly, of course, okay? So if I don't take my son to soccer, you don't take your son to baseball, and, you know, and my son will do soccer, and your son will do baseball, all right? So this is true. It's actually true that you can save resources in this environment by taking down both towers. You can save resources and having the same dynamics of the population. But that's not efficient, because I don't care about the Italian kids. I care only about my own kids. Okay? So the fact that we maintain a third of the of kids in America playing soccer, it doesn't matter if my son plays baseball. I care about my son. Okay? So in that sense, that policy of, you know, lowering, assuming you could do that, of lowering socialization of all groups, it's not efficient. It might be efficient from a social point of view if you don't care about each other's kids, but, you know, parents care about their kids. So this thing is efficient. Now, it isn't, so the inefficiency, so the way we think about, we can get to the same sort of inefficiency is the following one. Suppose instead that you have, yes?
I was going to ask, is there not an externality on the kids? So your kid might be super happy if he was an American, right? That's very hard
Yes.
to know.
Well, yes and no. I mean, intuitively you're right. In the model, I can't do that because my kid doesn't have a preference to start with. Right? So ex ante, of course I'm looking at this ex ante. So ex ante, my kid has no preferences. He's not Italian. So of course ex post, he's happy to be American because he's American. He's happy to be Italian because he's Italian. It doesn't matter, right? So that externality is not in the model. I'm not saying that in real life, but you know, I was in Chicago, I was doing these things. Becker would say, Becker was my advisor, Becker would say, we all know that being German is better than being Italian. It's just that you don't have the technology to be German. Okay, so I'm not sure I agreed with him. If you agree with him, by the way, it's a joke on his part, but it comes from this whole, you know, there's this famous De Gustibus Naes Disputandum paper by Stigler and Becker, where the idea is you have meta preferences which everybody agrees about. Okay. So the whole idea is there's a unique system of meta-preferences, and then there are manifestations of this meta-preference. So in his view, you know, being in time, and I would say a little boring, is what everybody wants. Italians can't do it, Germans can. Okay? So if we agree with that, then yes, my son would be happier to be German, and I made him Italian, so there is an externality there. But I don't want to go there.
But in the model, would your son not be happier to be an American, because then he wouldn't have to spend as much time to socialize his son?
Yeah, so that's here, I agree. That's as soon as you have two periods, then that will play a role, which is what I'm doing now, yes. So as soon as you have two periods in there, then there are these interesting externalities, right? Because then by making my son Italian, I make it easier for him to make his son Italian, which might be good or bad. For me, it's good. For you, right? So that's the whole play. So that's exactly where I'm going. That's exactly what I want to say, which is when you want to think about welfare in this model, you need to have a dynamic model. In this case, I only have two steps ahead. Kids and grandkids. Of course, I could have more. One way in which I can look at this problem is if I have, because there's a literature out there about cultural leaders. Okay, so cultural leaders, suppose that, you know, rather than being Italian and American, it's Christian and Muslim, then there are cultural leaders, the Pope and whatever, the head of the mosque, locally, that, you know, help their groups, their families socialize. Okay, and if you have, so this changes a little bit the problem, because of course these guys, they're large, and they understand the effect that socialization has on future generation, and also on the dynamics of Q. Okay, so they can anticipate that if all the Christians socialize more, then there's going to be more Christians tomorrow. Okay, and they might like that. Okay, so we write down, you can write down that kind of a problem. We wrote it down, and you'll see that in that case, so we can write down, right, so the two cultural leaders, so, right, so suppose there's two groups with two cultural leaders, they play Nash with each other, well, then you can show that the outcome is inefficient, and now it's really inefficiency, Pareto inefficiency, because of the reason I had before, which is both the cultural leader of group 1 does not take into account the effect on the cultural leader of group 2, okay? And so they over socialize, okay? Trivial, strategic complementarity. So by socializing my group more, I make the other group socialize more. These things is costly, they react. So that's the idea, strategic complementarity. So the kind of inefficiency that I thought we would have, we do have, okay? So in some version of this setup, we have that dimension, okay? So I want to argue that I think this is important. There is a sort of excessive socialization from the point of view of Pareto optimality, okay? All right, so this is stuff that I've been working on recently. One interesting aspect is how you write, this is just a theoretical parenthesis, how do you write social welfare? How do you write Pareto optimality? Pareto optimality, basically what it means is you write down weighted averages of utilities across groups, okay? So the Pareto weights, normally the Pareto weights, sorry, I always go the wrong way. Right, so this is the standard Pareto optimality problem, right? You look at the utility of group I is only two periods, U0 plus U1. There's a Pareto weight in front, alpha, and then there's the utility of group 2, which is weighted 1 minus alpha, okay? So this is the standard social welfare problem, which defines the Pareto optimality in this environment. Now, the issue here is that the alphas, if you think of the alphas as, depending on population sizes, if you think that the planner, the Pareto maximizer, worries about weights, the weights change with size, then the alphas are not constant. They depend on Q. And then the problem becomes this, and this problem is fascinating because it's a mess, okay? So I haven't solved it yet. It's related to a paper by Golosov, Larry Jones, and Michel Tertilt, which do something like this in an environment with endogenous fertility. There again, the issue is the Pareto planner has to take into account that tomorrow there's going to be more or less kids, has to take into account of the kids which are not born or whatever. So this is, I think, a fascinating issue. The reason I'm mentioning it is that the point I want to make is that we are doing Econ 101, but the welfare issue here is tricky, okay? So there's some dimensions of it that are okay, but it's a difficult problem, exactly because there's population moving and preferences changing. When, population moves and preference change, the thinking about what does it mean, what Pareto optimality means, it's not trivial. It's a fundamental, theoretical problem that I think is very interesting, again, because I think these issues of integration policies are absolutely fundamental. This, of course, is very abstract. It's not integration policies, but it's really, that issue is, I think it's fundamental, and I think conceptually, theoretically, the issue of thinking about welfare here is really, really, really important, and there is no work on this, okay? So if anybody is interested, that's an interesting dimension to look at. All right, so what are we doing here? 15 minutes. Okay, so the second part, the last part of this of the first lecture is looking at demand and supply. Okay, so what's demand and supply? So as I told you, this is the little stripped down core model. Okay, so basically everything depends on the demand side, on the preferences for socialization. Everything depends on delta V. It's so important we gave it a name. We called it cultural intolerance. Okay, so that drives everything. Delta V. High delta V, you socialize a lot. Low delta V, you socialize less. Now, it's not that simple because the delta V interacts with Q because of the technology, but that's a supply dimension, right? So on the demand dimension, it's delta V. On the supply dimension, it's Q, and it's Q because of that oblique socialization thing, right? So because you socialize your kid directly, and then he or she goes into society and picks up a trade, okay? And going into society and picking up a trade is Q. And of course, when you socialize your kid, you anticipate that if you are not successful, he goes into society. And that's why your choice, the parental choice, depends on Q, okay? That's the whole story. So now I'm going to give you a sense of what people have done in several dimensions, on the dimension of the delta V's and on the dimension of the technology, okay? The supply, the technology of socialization. And just to give you a sense here. Okay, so the delta V, it's easy and obvious, right? So you can put anything you want into the delta V. This is the utility of your kid being like you. Now, you anticipate what your kid is going to do. Okay, so your kid is going to play in society. And, you anticipate the equilibrium, and you evaluate if your kid is playing in society. It's not so. In the model up to now, your kid is your kid. He's alive and he's VII, that's all. But if your kid plays in society, then the interaction, the socio-economic interaction in society are crucial, right? So if your kid plays a cooperative game, if all his life is a cooperative game, well, then the Q, the fraction of cooperative people or non-cooperative people, matters into his payoff, and you care about his payoff. Okay, so you need to anticipate how the game is going to be, and the game most probably will depend on the fraction of people of the same group there. Okay, so I like my kid to be Italian, but if by being Italian he cannot find a job in New York, then it's a problem. Okay, because I like my kid, so he's Italian, he eats pasta, but he eats pasta on the street because he can't survive. That's not good. Okay, so that's the game, right? So really, you can write down. So abstractly, you can say, let's assume that delta V depends on Q. Okay. Again, indirect utility function. You throw anything you want. I'll give you one example, which is this cooperation on cooperation. But you can do anything you want into the model in next period. And it's going to be, in an indirect form, it's going to be that delta V will depend on Q. Okay? So now, one thing that you can do, which is what we've done, is at this abstract level, you can try and see, you can try and study generally the dynamical properties of this system. Okay? Now, there is as you can imagine, there's a direct effect. So if you understand, so the whole issue, you remember, the whole issue about the dynamics is how the tau depends on Q, cultural substitution versus cultural complementarity. This is all in here, okay? So that's what we had before. Cultural substitution will give you a force towards the middle, cultural complementarity will give you a force towards the end. Here is the feedback effect, which is the crucial extra effect, right? It's the effect of the next Q on delta V. Right? So being Italian helps my son in the future or doesn't. Okay? That's the idea. Of course, this also can have a complementarity versus substitutability dimension. Okay? And not surprisingly, maybe, we call the substitutability in the feedback effect strategic social substitutability, whatever. to distinguish it from the first one, which we call cultural substitutability. Basically, if both terms are substitutable, then you have a stability in the middle. If they're not, then all sorts of stuff can happen. Okay, so that's the idea. Not very surprising, but still interesting. It tells you, in some extreme cases, or even locally, it helps you understand the dynamics just at this very abstract level without even solving for the socio-economic problem. Okay, so an example here, very quickly. Suppose kids play, every individual in this society plays a prisoner dilemma. That's all there is. And we do both with complete information or with incomplete information. With complete information means some kids, some people have a extra kick out of playing cooperatively. These are the cooperators, and the others just have the prisoner dilemma. Okay? And so in the complete information case, when I meet, so there's a random matching, I meet randomly with you, and we play. And that's all our life. Now, in the complete information, when we match, I see whether you're a cooperative person or not, and you see me. Okay, so that's one example. In the other example, I meet with people and I don't know. The only thing I know is the fraction of the population which is cooperating or not. Okay, so this is just to say you write down this model. Is not so the thing on top is the prisoner dilemma. You add D utils for some groups, the cooperative groups. The other groups have D equals 0. And you look at all the possible, it's a little boring, I mean more than a little boring, but you look at all the Nash equilibria. In this complete information game is very simple, and then you run them, okay? You look at, maybe what I should stress is the algorithm of producing results here, right? So what you do is, okay, so you set preferences. Now you have this game played, and depending on the possible matches, you have equilibria. If there's more than one equilibrium, you pick one way or another, you select. You have this equilibria. To this equilibria are associated payoffs. And then for both cases, for the cooperative guys and non-cooperative guys, and then you construct the delta V's. Okay? And of course, the delta V's now depends on Q, because whether your son will play with a non-cooperative guy or with a cooperative guy depends on Q. And now you have delta V's that depends on Q, and you run them. Okay? And you see, and you look at the properties, and you write down the theorem. Again, boring, but it's very, and all these literatures are like this. There's a zillion papers which do this. And I think it's interesting, but it's really very nice and simple. You construct the delta V. Basically, you just need to construct the payoffs. Okay? So the first thing, you construct the equilibria, the Nash equilibria, you do the selection, then you construct the V of the non-cooperative, the V of the cooperatives, and then under different parameter values, ranges of parameter values, the V is... forget the V. The V is what you get if you play non-cooperative with a cooperative guy, and the R is what you lose. Okay, in that case, the D is the extra payoff. Well, then you construct the whole thing. You construct and you write down the problem. What comes up? Let me just say you in this particular case, because I think it's kind of interesting, is it's really hard, under reasonable assumption, it's really hard to get rid of these cooperative guys, okay? Even though, first of all, sometimes these cooperative guys cooperate unconditionally, cooperate even with the non-cooperative people, just because they get D. Sometimes they don't, and this changes the structure. But really, what's happening is that it's hard in the limit to get rid of these guys, okay? Which is an important result, because as you can imagine, there's a whole literature in biology and in cultural anthropology which is about how can it be that cooperative people survive, okay? They are, of course, having lower fitness in general, if they play the prisoner dilemma. How can it be? Well, if you give, maybe it's trivial, but if you give them an extra kick and you let them play Nash at equilibrium, they really survive. Not always, but they tend to survive. So this is the case. See, in the case where there's no economic social interaction, economic cultural transmission, the equilibrium is where the cooperatives die. Okay? While in our case, QC is greater than 0 in many instances. You can look at the details. And by the way, one other interesting stuff is that incomplete information, so if you, in an environment where I meet with somebody, I don't know the type, I don't know whether he or she is a cooperator or not, in that case, it could even be that the range of survival of the cooperative group is even larger, okay? So incomplete information might, depending on the structure, might help support cooperation in the limit, okay? Yeah.
These models in general, there's places where it's a condition of matter, like QED to higher to low,
Yes. Yes, you see it here. So in this particular, with incomplete information, that's certainly the case. So under some range of the parameter, the system is not ergodic. So what this means is that for some initial condition, in this particular case, for some initial condition, if the range of cooperators is smaller than some value, the system started and stays there. Okay, so the socialization is the same, so the system doesn't move for there. But if the initial fraction of cooperators is larger, then there is an equilibrium in the middle. So so dependence of initial condition is non-ergodicity of the stochastic in this case, there's no stochastic process, the difference equation. Okay, so in this particular case, if there's not enough cooperators, the fraction of cooperation stays constant. If there's a lot of cooperation, the fraction of cooperation goes down, but doesn't go to 0, goes down to an equilibrium, which is this Q star that you can compute. Okay, so does that answer? So there are other cases with non-ergodicity, but with complete information, it's always ergodic, so it's effectively converges to the middle. With incomplete information, no, it's not. It might not be ergodic. I think I have to finish. No? Yeah, I have 2 minutes. Okay, so just a long list that makes me happy of people working on this problem, not just us. Okay, so let me see. One thing you can do is you can have, so I think I want to keep, if you don't mind, I want to have 10 minutes to finish this part for the next section, and then I'll start with the institution. The 20-minute introduction screwed me up, but I had to do that. Okay, so let me move over another 10, 15 minutes of the cultural transmission, and then we go into institution, which is newer stuff, by the way. This is old stuff. Some of you must have seen it. The institution stuff is much newer, maybe more interesting. I don't know. Yeah.
Much about identity rather than culture.
Well, that depends. Again.
Culture, includes many kinds of, concepts.
What do you have in mind?
You simply take as given, and you choose either I or J. That's the choice of identity rather than the choice of culture.
Okay, so.
Probably identity may be part of culture, but.
So what's culture which is not identity? What's the dimension of culture that it's not identity in your view?
Maybe identity may be included in culture.
Right. So culture is bigger. What's something that it's culture but it's not identity?
What I'm asking is that the I and J is simply some notation for culture, and choosing I or J is choosing culture. You may say that, right? That's what you're saying, right? So, no, I'm not an expert in this area, so I'm asking a stupid question.
No. It's an important question, but
This is too simple. I mean, at the beginning, I expected much broader.
yeah.
Modeling of this kind of cultural aspects of choices. simple, concept of choices between two alternatives. So you call it cultural choices, but I thought in the end it is about identity.
So let me, this is an important point. First of all, a lot of this stuff is really about avoiding splitting the hair in four on the definitions. So as I'm asking you, what is culture which is not identity? We can spend, we have spent thousands of years discussing this issue. I mean, not, right? So,
suppose you're Italian.
yes.
In Italy, you may have many kinds of cultures, right? You may say.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
So the point is, the point I'm trying to make is the following. In here, the culture is an index of a utility function. I really, really strive to trivialize the question, right? So when you do that to write down a model, then you often get the answer. I'm not complaining. I mean, it's a good question, but you often have the answer saying, oh, but that's too trivial. It's true. It is trivial. It is simplified because I don't want to hide behind my conceptual view is incredibly complicated and full of things, right? So one thing I can do, for instance, is there are papers which do this nowadays. Culture is a complicated vector of attitudes which live in a network. This is a paper by Acemoglu and Robinson, recent, which is also written, by the way, in a sense, as a critique of this of the stuff that we're doing here, right? So culture is not just Italian I. It's a complicated vector. I mean, it's a vector, and the vector is linked. So the elements of the vector stand on a network, and there is changing in this network. Okay, so you might have new connection, you might lose some connection, right? So you might have that Italians eat pasta and dress carefully, and then that link goes, and then they still eat pasta, but they don't dress anymore, okay, and or whatever. And so there's a dynamic, and there are some cultures that are more fluid or less fluid. The more fluid cultures have this network, have this connection between nodes change very quickly. Others have this connection between nodes very hard to change. Okay, so that is a much more interesting view of culture. Of course, we all agree. There are these things. There are, again, if we still with the trivial thing, I'm Italian, I go to the US, I speak with people who have moved Italians who moved to the US 50 years ago, they live in a different world. For them, being Italian is a completely different thing than it is from me. Okay, so obviously being Italian changed over time. So I'm not saying, but, you do that, very interesting, and you don't have a model because it's a mess. Okay, because the change, so if you do, so in that particular case, in the Acemoglu-Robinson, you don't have a model because they started, this is it's the beginning, they will have a model. But they don't because it's very hard. It's not, once they had this idea, they couldn't put it down immediately into a model because it's really very hard. Second point, I guess, this model is going to have, random networks. We know how to deal more or less about random networks, changing networks randomly, but there's not going to be any economics in the random networks because if you try and do that, and people have tried and done that, and they can't do it. Okay? So, in the sense that, why is it that Italians stop dressing well and keep eating pasta? Is there an economic dimension on that? Is it, is whatever? Why do they choose to do that? Why does society ends up doing that? So that is a very hard question to address into a model that you want to look at the dynamics of. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is, yes, this is very simplified. Yes, culture, has many elements, and the links between these elements is important, and that's what it is. Okay, so I would love to go there, and we'll slowly go there. But at this point, basically, there's two directions. One is, like we have done, you take a very simplified definition of culture. If you want to call it identity, that's okay. You take a very simplified definition of culture and you look at the dynamics, and you will see a lot of interesting stuff that you can say about the dynamics. And you can complicate the model in terms of, as I said, the game that people play on the demand side or the kind of socialization mechanism that you have on the supply side. So that's the direction we've gone. Another direction is one of instead understanding how culture changes inside. There are anthropologists doing this, cultural anthropologists doing this, but it's all ad hoc from a point of view of an economist. Okay, so there are simulation models where agents, agent-based models, which is fine. It's very interesting, but putting the two things together at this point is impossible. I think, at least certainly for me, but it's really very hard. Clearly, we want to go there. Okay. Other questions? Yeah.
I'm kind of like in the opposite side of it, kind of to the other extreme.
Good.
I think this is useful, but it seems also dangerous, right? An evil government could take all of this, right, and try to use it to destroy a trait in a population.
Who can do this? So that again?
An evil government.
Yes. So.
Thinking about, physics, nuclear physics, right, can be used to make an atomic bomb. You can use this to.
Yeah. Okay, so I see the point. I'm not sure how to react to that. We economists laugh in the face of danger, I would say. No, I mean, look, yes, you could go the other way. A good government can use this stuff to do good. I don't think anybody can do anything bad with this. We're not there yet. But asking I think it goes back, it goes back to the big question of, can we study race, as biologists or whatever, not knowing what's the answer. Your job is, my job, I think of my job as to try and understand and conceptualize these issues. It is true that when things are delicate, you need to put much more care into your analysis, right? So again, I think of the literature at the beginning of the century on some races being lower fitness than other. Okay, social biology in the horrible sense. That stuff was wrong, and it was done with a political bias, and hence not very careful about the analysis. Okay, so, and because the issue is so delicate, you have to be extra careful on the analysis. I agree, which I try to be, but I think it's an interesting question. If you don't have, a conceptual way to do it, every governments can still do horrible stuff, even worse, because they don't have a conceptual way of doing. Or I don't know. I think so. The ethical question is important. I'm not sure how to answer it. I never thought of this issue here. I don't think. Right. Exactly. So that's where I'm going. So that's what I do, and I try to do it carefully, and as much from the outside of the political dimension as possible, as much as one can be. Whether it is really dangerous, I don't know. I don't know whether it's dangerous. Honestly, I don't. It might be. I mean, danger in this context, danger is a way of saying it's interesting, though. I mean, it's an important problem. That people are the policy, the cultural policies with regards to immigrant trade or religious. This is absolutely fundamental, I think. So, yes, it's dangerous and it's very important. And I'm happy to do this. I mean, I'm happy to go there. We laugh in the face of danger, I guess. I'm really happy to try and think about this question, which, by the way, people, you can leave, we are outside of the, people are afraid of, right? So I've worked on culture for 20 years, and I have never really thought about the welfare question. And when I did, I had a mistake. I did a mistake. So I think this is not by chance. I mean, we are afraid of looking at this issue. I think people have not done that. So another way of putting this, I am going to do, I'm going to write down in the end models or things where I think about prosperity, as I said, as depending on culture and institutions, right? So as you well know, economics started with institutions, okay? Daron Acemoglu and Jim Robinson have basically asked 20 years ago the question, what are good institutions from the point of view of prosperity? Okay, and they decided it's inclusive, and decided shown, and that's how the literature went. Nobody asked the other question: what are good cultures for prosperity? And nobody did that because because it's a tricky question. So that is out there. I think that issue is out there. When I said before, you have to be careful when you do these things because they are risky and delicate. That's what I mean. Before going out and saying, oh, that culture is better, I want to be sure. Okay? You see what I'm saying? I really want to understand what I'm doing and being able to explain the dimension how these things work. Institution is easier in a sense. Some people say, and it doesn't have to be the answer you want. So some people say democracy is good for growth, okay? So fantastic. But suppose you have the other answer. No, at the beginning of development, autocracies do better. I don't think it's true, but suppose it were true. You can say that a little bit, okay? But culture is still risky and dangerous, but culture is even more so, okay? So I think this is one of the reasons why the question, what are good cultures, is not a question that we know an answer to, or certainly we don't want to ask too much, okay? Exactly because of that reason. And we're going slowly there, okay? We're slowly going there. And, if you think about, now I'm really freely talking, but if you think about, again, the work of Acemoglu and Robinson, which is fantastic, a lot of the empirical work, not necessarily what they did, but a lot of the empirical work on good institutions, the definition of institution there is so tricky that you can think it's culture, really. What's an institution? Right? So I was always joking with Daron that, he defines institution as that everything is institution. If it's culture, you call it institution, and then it's institution, okay? There's a reason for that. Institution is not a dangerous thing. It's less of a dangerous thing than culture, okay? So I'm all with you. One has to be careful. It is probably risky. It's worth thinking about, I think. Let's have a little bit of a break. It's a 6-hour thing. I mean, yeah. Thank you. No, don't worry. Thanks. No. Don't worry.
Where you looked at different timescales that clarified
Yeah.
a lot to me. But I work with Joe Hedrick and cultural evolutionary people, and they always discuss how economists think about things and how they think about it.
Yes.
But the different timescales, I think they make a lot of sense to make actually both approaches compatible. Or they try to sort of pick different topics, different problems, and speak to different.
I agree. So we had a conference. Thank you. We had a conference with Joe and Rob Boyd at MIT last year, and we ended up exactly there, where some of the models that they were having about issues. They were modeling. You weren't there, were you there?
I wasn't.
So some of the questions that they were asking, in particular, this was about tribe in Africa and behavior there. We thought, my reaction to that was, no, that's not, yours is not the right model because you're looking at something that moves over 100 years and you're looking at social imitation. Great, but you don't need to have social imitation. People are much faster than social imitation. People are, all moving on one thing. They understand. So you're using a particular technology that does a little bit better, and you have this model where there's some social imitation. No, I understand the technology. Once the technology is there, everybody uses it because they look in. See what I'm trying to say? So my point was, when you look at that, that's not the right model. Now, when you look at the very long run, then who cares about the parent? Right? So sure, who cares about what the parent does? It's a really long run. So to me, I'm writing a paper on this. To me, with Arthur Robson, which is the guy who's done these things. To me, this distinction between, evolution defining preferences, maybe, leaving parameters open to be chosen at the cultural level, right? So evolution. So economists, I don't know that cultural anthropologists like this. I haven't spoken with them about this yet. But we have these models of, rather than writing down the whole evolutionary, the whole dynamic fitness dynamics, we have principal agent models where nature is a principle and chooses a bunch of stuff of the agent. Right? So in this kind of a setup, it's very natural that nature will choose preferences and will let some parameters open, and the parameters open, in the sense that nature doesn't fix them, are transmitted through cultural transmission. Okay, so the level, even your some level of your whatever discount rate, risk aversion, this stuff, it can be determined at the cultural level. So the fact that there is a risk aversion could be determined by nature. The fact that the actual parameter can be defined depending on the environment, right? And so this kind of models this way, I think they work. They should work very well. That's my view. Where you split. Right, so there's always this issue of nature moving slower and culture moving faster. This is very extreme. You have nature picking ex ante and culture.
That certain preferences are more adaptive to certain environments.
Yes, and but the question is that you don't know nature doesn't know the environment. Mm-hmm. So let's preferences to be flexible as to be chosen by the agent once he knows the environment. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. You see what I'm trying to say?
Choose preferences.
Agent choose preferences in this way. Transmit preferences. But this is done faster in those dimensions of choice problem where the environment moves faster. When the environment moves slowly, then then it's much easier to select behavior based on exactly. So that's the idea. Fundamentally, I think.
I think that helps, or at least helped me a lot to reconcile both approaches, because I think it's not productive.
I agree.
Say one is right, the other is wrong.
Totally agree.
It's just looking at different.
Totally
objects.
agree. The time frame is key. We are looking at shorter, faster dynamics.
I thought the identity comment was actually spot on. It's about. You don't have to call it identity, you could call it norms or attitudes or whatever, but it's about shorter time problems.
If that's what he had in mind, yeah. I'm always worried about this because there's a tendency to make things harder, and so that you cannot model them, so that you can say anything you want about them, okay? I want a model. Because if you can't write down things precisely, then you can play in the cracks. And so being culture is more than identity. That's why I kept asking, what is something that is culture but not identity? Because if you have that, then we can talk. Otherwise, you're just telling me that my definition is trivial, true, but that's the one I can work with. You see what I'm trying to say? So,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Maybe you need a coffee now.
If there is coffee, let's go. If there is coffee, I'd love to have coffee.
Professor.
Yes?
Hi, my name is Jawok Cho.
Yes.
I was Tom Cooley's student.
Oh, I see.
So-
Where? In Rochester?
Yeah, right.
Yes. I see. Very good. Very good. Tom was a good friend of mine. No, go ahead. Oops. Thank you.
Are you used to American coffee?
I drink everything that has caffeine.
So I just sent a picture of you to Thierry because I'm working with some French ones. I mean, Portuguese French. I said hi to you.
Yes, I spoke. Good. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll bring back lunches at 12:30.
Okay, so we start at 11 until 12:30.
And then we finish at 3:15. So I said, just get some soda and drinks at that time.
That's great.
Just so that we can
That's great.
and have it.
So I don't remember after. So we have lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and then I start at 2. No, at 15 to 2. Yes, yes.
And then you finish at 3.
Okay, and then I. Yes,
Everything's good in there.
everything is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So also to go back to the question about identity and culture and institutions and different. So one way I think studying culture is interesting, but also difficult because I was wondering if there is such a culture like Italian culture versus American culture. It's not like a patchwork of.
It's a vector.
It's a vector.
It's a vector of things. It's attitude. It's where you see the world. It's things that you like and you don't.
Because I have a paper which is currently under revision at the Journal of Urban Economics where they want us to add a model, and it's for the moment just empirical. So we compare the taste in France about food.
Yes.
So and in 70s. So in 70s they like butter in the north and olive oil.
Olive oil in the south. Yes.
And so the distance, geographic distance, had an impact on the so what we do is that we have a structural model where we sort of demand estimation when we recover the.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
And then we take two tastes from two different cities and then we correlate to the distance, and there is an impact of the distance. And today, this distance effect disappeared.
Really, is that true?
Yes. So it's just so we call it like a patchwork of taste because what is driving the difference is that it's social. So it's like the education, for example. The rich in Marseille and the rich in Paris, they consume the same kind of food, and the poor in Marseille and the poor in Paris, they consume kind of food. It's not about.
We still have in Italy the distinction between butter and olive oil, I think. You don't? I can't believe in France you don't have that anymore.
But it's more about who is consuming olive oil, who is consuming butter. So even
No, but that's what I mean.
Rich
So
people in the north are consuming olive oil because it's more healthy. I don't know, but it's more related to
I see.
education. So at least the distance effect is less strong.
It's less strong.
And then the question is, so it's not about there is no convergence of taste. It's really we call it a patchwork of taste because. And so
That's very interesting.
yeah, I think so.
Did you talk to Thierry?
Quickly about this.
Send the paper to me.
So then I wanted to have a model to try to rationalize this. So then in the sense that it's probably that like I was thinking about in autarky you have villages, and in each village you have the local taste, and then some cultural or class traits, and then there's economic integration.
Yeah.
So it's probably
Huh? Oh yeah, that's true. It's true. We are talking publicly. I'm not sure.
no, it's
No, but it's still.
this one. Press on this one.
That's. And put it over there. I mean, not that we're saying anything. Okay, let's start.
Und wir von der Universität sagt, die Einsprachen sind im Prinzip äquivalent.
Let's start. Okay. Okay, let's start. Thank you for having stayed. This is the second one. Okay, so let me recoup. So I've given you a very broad, ambitious introduction about how cultural institutions are important in general, and in particular I entered into models of culture. We discussed what we mean by model of cultures, which is very special. We mean we take culture as given. We don't really look much into that, or identity, if you want. Very elements of an index of preferences that can be much more complex than in my trivial example about being Italian. I don't know that that was a good idea to do that example, but still. So we take culture as given, and we study the dynamics, okay? And formally, mathematically, we are in the realm of population dynamic models. We find out, we constructed a logistic, which is often the standard elements of a population dynamics, and from the logistic, you know, we play. We play the logistic as a fitness term, a fitness difference term, tau I minus tau j, and we've shown that, you know, the determination of tau I and tau j matters for the dynamics, not surprisingly, and when you add an economic dimension to that, completely changes the dynamics in the sense of making interior steady state stable rather than just corner stable, so that's nice. And then what we've done is we said, okay, but you know, the driver of cultural transmission, which in the setup that we had on the board was this delta V, which is the preference, the extra preference of a parent to have a kid like himself or herself rather than different. That term, of course, depends on socioeconomic factors, okay? And being economists, we've thrown equilibria determining those delta V. So those delta V become indirect utility functions which are determined by the equilibrium of some game, of some economic system that the children in this case are playing, will be playing, and that the parents anticipate the children playing. Okay, so there's all of, you know, the strong economics dimension here. I claimed before that this dynamic dimension is important, one of the fundamental dimensions that distinguishes the kind of model that economists use from the ones that people use in cultural evolution. This looking ahead, looking at what is the environment that your kid will be playing into determines how much you like your kid to be of one type or the other in a partially altruistic world. Okay, so as I said, I gave you quickly an example of you know, the case of kids playing cooperation versus non-cooperation, but there's a million things. I had a list of things, but there's much more than what I listed there. There's a lot of stuff that you can do where delta V is an indirect utility function of a game that happens. Okay, so what I want to do now briefly, I still on culture before I go onto institution, as I promised, I want to look a little bit at the supply. Okay, just again, I'm going to be superficial, unfortunately, but you know, I have slides for 16 hours and I only have 6. And this is a choice, of course. My point is I want to give you an example, an idea of impressionistic idea, rather than getting into the details. I want to give an impressionistic idea of this whole literature, the whole arc of this literature that I think extends in many ways that it's important. Okay, so on what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, look, this mechanism of socialization that we used is the most abstract possible. Parents put some effort to socialize. Socialization is effective, great. If it's not effective, kids goes out and picks a trait from the population. Okay, that's our technology up to now. But of course, being economists or social scientists, there's all sorts of dimensions that are important that we might want to look at into studying when we study the supply, okay? When we study the socialization mechanism, the technology, okay? And of course, we're not just studying the technology, we are studying a technology, and that technology has some choice dimension, and then the socialization still is a choice, but takes into account that the technology is different, okay? So, well, the first case, simple case, just because, of course, this is very important in empirical work in general, is fertility, right? So economists often use models with endogenous fertility. We can add endogenous fertility to the story. And then, of course, the dynamic equation doesn't only have the tau, which is the socialization effort of the parents. It also has an n, which is the fraction of people with your group. Okay, so not very hard to write down this model. We can look at the dynamic of this model. Either the interior steady state is globally stable, it's locally stable when there is interest. So basically, what this does is, I don't have a board. We had a dynamics like this before with a thing in the middle. This can generate multiple crossing, okay? So there's always one in the middle, basically, besides regularity assumption. There's always one in the middle, which is with the heterogeneous population in the limit, which is stable, but there might be unstable ones, okay? Now, as you can write down, if there's one thing we can do is this, we can write down theorems about, we know that, generically the number of stable equilibria is odd and blah, 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 okay? So we can easily do the dynamical systems. These are things I know too, but Thierry is a French engineer. This is his life, okay? He actually enjoys doing this. I can do it, but don't like it so much. He really, really enjoys doing it, okay? So you can write down interesting theorems about the dynamics in this case. But the fundamental point is you can add fertility, and what you get is you still get the equilibrium in the middle, okay? Which in some sense, it's what's important. Now, intuitively, this is kind of nice. Why is it that you maintain some sort of cultural stability, of cultural substitutability, which gives you the equilibrium in the middle, but you also have some sort of complementarity because you might have several other equilibria, okay? So more to the corners. Why is that? The trade-off is, I think it's kind of interesting, right? So in this model, there's the cultural substitutability, the idea that minorities socialize more is still there, because there's no reason why it would be killed. The structure is the same, right? So minorities socialize more because they understand that it's really very hard. It's really very hard that the kid will become of your own trait if you are a minority. Because it's very hard, ex ante, you put more effort into socializing the kid. So that dimension is there. That dimension is what drives the systems toward the center. But in this case, there's a quality-quantity trade-off, okay? The famous quantity-quality of children in Becker, right? So if you're a majority, a lot of kids, so the kids of the majority are higher quality, okay? The kids are higher quality. Why? Because they are socialized to your trait, to the majority trait, cheaper, okay? So ex ante, if I'm a minority, I put more effort into my kid, but because I need to put more effort, this is more expensive. If I'm in the majority, I can have lots of kids, and it's cheap to socialize them, right? Because the society does it for free, okay? So this is the trade-off. The quality and quality of children kind of argument implies a complementarity, implies that majorities have more kids. The socialization per se, per kid, implies substitutability because you socialize the kid more, okay? So the tau and the n go different ways. So that's kind of a, ex post, relatively simple, but kind of a natural way of thinking about this problem. And again, in general, in the socialization mechanism in the world, yes? No, there is no definition. It's an intuition, of course, right? So I was so the quantity quality is a standard, how can I say, trade-off that comes from the work of Becker and other people, okay? So they were the first, they kind of like to provoke people. So this whole idea of quality of kids get people mad, okay? So they like to do that, and that's why they called it this way. Now, in this particular case, I'm using it because now it's common usage, not because I want to provoke anybody. Now, here, in this setup, if you really want to take it, a higher quality kid is a kid of your own trade. VII is greater than VIJ. So that we constructed into the problem. Okay, so a kid of your own trade is higher quality. Now then, naturally, if you can have a kid of your own trade more cheaply, then you are in an environment where kids are better quality because they're cheap. It's cheap to get the good quality type. Okay? So you like green apples. Green apples are better than yellow apples. If green apples turn out to be cheaper, then, it's better to be in that world. That's what's happening here. So if you're a majority, the kid that you like the best is cheaper to get. So it's higher quality. That's just the point. See what I mean? So without, don't be, if you're upset, take it with Becker. Okay? All right. So other models. Okay. Segregation. This is key. I've written down a bunch of models of segregation. This is fundamental. One of the dimensions that parents have to social. This stuff I want to argue. I'm just giving you an overview of a bunch of stuff that people have done. This stuff is relatively important in empirical work, right? You write down the model, and these are things that you might be observing. There is empirical work in this dimension. What's segregation? Well, parents choose the environment of their kids. Okay, it's not when I say kid goes out in society and pick a trade, it doesn't go out really in society. It goes out in the school where he or she is, it goes out in the neighborhood where he or she lives, and this kind of stuff. So parents do that all the time. They choose the school, they choose the neighborhood where they live, they try and select the kids' friends for many reasons, including to help on the socialization of kids. Okay? So they choose the church that the kid go to or that they go to and bring the kids to and this kind of stuff. Okay? So basically what this means is that rather than having Q as a oblique socialization, the little q, you have a large Q that depends on S, which is your own choice. Okay? The parental choice. Okay? It depends on Q too. So the typical example is this. If S is 0, if you don't do anything, then your kid goes out and picks Q, the little q, as in the standard model that we use up to now. But if you spend some resources to bias the choice of the kid, then the kid has an environment which is closer to your trait I than society at large. Of course, you do this more if society is against you. Right? So I go and take my kid to play soccer because it's full of Italians over there, okay? Also because it's full of Italians. Also because I like soccer, but also because it's full of Italians. So that's the game, okay? So this is one dimension, and because it works the same way, it's very easy to show that you get cultural substitutability, again, modulo regularity assumption. Okay, so these are two ways, two substituting ways to do the same thing, and so it doesn't change very much the problem, but it gives you empirical implication about what parents do in this dimension, which is important, and people have used them in empirical work. Okay, another dimension. This, okay, so on the going back to the culture and identity, this literature defines, this may be, arbitrary, I'm not sure it's the right definition, but typically, when we talk about preferences like I did, we refer to that as culture. When we talk about, when we talk about parental socialization, we say that parents transmit a cultural trait, transmit culture. But when the kid picks up a cultural trait by himself, looking at the people around him, we call that identity choice, okay? Because typically that's something that is done by the second generation. In this setup, the kids weren't doing anything. The kid stays there, listens to the parents, and if he doesn't like them, goes out, listens to somebody else, and that's it. But he doesn't have a choice, okay? In this setup, so you can add a choice of kids. We call that identity choice. So you can have an environment where the parents socialize, but if they are not successful, then the kids pick up something, and the way they pick it up depends on whatever, something that has to do with the kids. Okay, so there are several models like this. So the Q is the same. The Q is the same, but there is identity formation. You see, there's identity formation that requires that the oblique transmission involves some choice of the part of the kids. So that the probability that kids adopt a trait is a T rather than a Q. It's just a different thing. And this T, okay, so I have a binomial over there, or I have the probability of picking up a trait depends on how the kids samples between the population. In that case, it's binomial. In this case, he needs everybody. It's called, it takes a village. Suppose the kids is of trait A only if all of the people he samples is exactly of that trait. Otherwise, it goes J. We can do all sorts of stuff. This is not particularly important, but I think it's interesting to show, to argue that this is one dimension where you can go, where you not only have the parents making choice, you have kids making choice, bias. So the parents bias the kids in some ways, and then the kids, given this bias, is making choice. There was a question, I don't remember where. Yes. Yeah. Well, no. So yes and no. So you're right. I've written it in a very mechanical way, but the models that there are actually models of choice of the kids. Okay. So this is the simplest way that I could have to write it. In fact, this one, the binomial, they don't exist in the literature. I just make them up for these classes just to give you a sense. But you're absolutely right. In the typical models that you do where there is identity choice, there is actually a choice of the kids, which is a choice of how many people to sample, where to sample, depending on a bunch of stuff. So in general, it's not mechanic. But you're right, here it is. I just wanted to show that you can go that direction, but yes. All right, so what else? Yeah, identity formation. Okay, so another dimension, then I really want to go. Let me take another 5 minutes for this, and then I'm done. Another dimension of socialization choice that I think it's really fundamental is marriage. Okay? So one of the reasons why marriage is homogamous, I want to argue, and we've done an enormous amount of empirical work in this direction, so I'm kind of, relatively solid in saying this. One of the reasons why, an important reason why marriages tend to be homogamous on the cultural dimension, think of ethnic culture, think of religious culture, religious traits. Marriages are homogamous on human capital too, but they're very much homogamous in terms of ethnic and culture and religious traits, for instance. One of the reasons why this is so is that you anticipate, the spouses anticipate a better technology of socializing the kid to that trait if the marriage is homogamous. Okay, so if I marry an Italian, which I did, my son will speak Italian more easily and will be more easy to socialize to Italian culture or to Catholicism, which is not my case, but it could be. Okay? So that's key. So that determinant is really important. This dimension, the marriage is really important. The socialization is really important in marriage. And so when you study marriages, and again, this is done, for instance, a lot when you study integration of immigrants, when you study marriages, then this dimension is absolutely fundamental. So we have a bunch of models. Of this kind. There's an old one that I had with Thierry and Giorgio Topa, where basically the way this goes, is parents have the opportunity. People have the opportunity with a cost of entering a restricted pool. Let's say that they are Catholic and they go to church. They don't care about church. They go to church because in church everybody is Catholic. So they hope to find a spouse which is Catholic. Okay? So they spend some resources to pick a club where they can marry homogamously. If they can't, then they go in society. In society at that point, the people who got married in church are not there anymore. Okay, so those are the big A's. In equilibrium, a bunch of people get married in church. Okay, so if you go to church and you're not married in church, then you have to go out in society. And in society, now, a lot of people, you only find people that didn't get married in church. Okay, so you write down that model, and it's a little complicated, but you can work it through, and you can actually show that you still maintain cultural substitution. So interesting, in this model, you still have in the middle equilibrium in the middle. And we actually estimated this model and with the Catholic, Jews, and Protestants in the US, and we did beautiful graphs of Catholic dying out in the end. Yes?
Out of curiosity, how do you think of the mechanism that you said about looking for the best technology versus the discrimination that you could have if you're marrying with someone who is out of the group, let's say?
Yeah.
So which will foster this homogeneous, this homogamy?
No, I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
So you said at the beginning that you are going to marry someone of the same group because you want to optimize the technology of socialization for your kids.
Yes.
But how do you disentangle this from the fact that also people are going to marry in the same group because there might be social pressure and discrimination in case they do not?
Yes. Yes. So that's a fundamental problem. So this is a fundamental identification problem in the empirical work, right? So what he's saying is, the way I have in my work translated this is, there is a demand for integration and a supply of integration. The immigrants might demand integration, but that integration depends on the natives' willingness to give this integration. So that is, I would say, the fundamental problem, the fundamental identification problem in this literature. Now, in this paper that I'm talking about, we don't have that. Okay, so we are basically saying there's no, we are identifying by fiat. It's all demand. Okay, it's all determined by the delta V. There's no. Okay, in the next one, I'll give you in a second. We do that. Okay, but important point. Absolutely important point. From a theoretical point of view, from a theoretical point of view, the point I want to make here is that this model looks, a little complicated. There's the taus, there's the alphas. The agents choose both the taus and the alpha. There is a marriage market. There's an equilibrium where the capital A, which is the fraction in the population, have to be the same to the alpha that people choose, the probability of being so. Fractions are equal to probability in equilibrium, not surprisingly. So it's a little complicated, but nicely enough, it turns out to map relatively easily into the original simple model with cultural substitution with things in the middle. Okay? Okay, so when we estimate it, then it's a little bit different, but okay. So let me get to his problem, I mean, I didn't want necessarily to go there, but since you're asking me, I love to advertise this. This is a recent paper that I have with Giulia Tura, a student of mine now at Lewis in Rome. Okay, so what we do now is we write down a complete marriage model. Okay, so these are the standard frictionless matching. There are no frictions. Standardly frictionless marriages, and basically there's, in this particular empirical work, there's immigrants in Italy and Italians, and we see marriages, socialization, and a lot of stuff. It's private data, but we can do that. And so basically, so we can estimate the whole marriage model. We estimate the delta V's, and there are delta V's of immigrants with respect to Italian, and there are delta V's of Italian with respect to immigrants. We can distinguish them inside the structure of the model. It's a very structural environment. But now that gets to your issue, right? The delta V of the Italians is the supply of integration, and the delta V of the immigrant is the demand of integration, okay? So that's basically the way we identify, and we do that structurally by writing down the equations of a full matching model. So like in the model before, the key element is that homogamous marriages give you a better technology for socialization, right? So that's, essentially an assumption. In the structure of the model comes out endogenously, but it's endogenous because we have enough assumptions to make it work, okay? So clearly, two Italians have a higher probability, other things equal, two Italians have a higher probability of having an Italian son wherever they are, okay? Than an Italian and whatever. So that's key. Once you do that, then basically we write down a model, and again, the logic is always the same, is the delta V's as indirect utility function. This is a logistic model with some shock, but at the beginning there's matching, so there is a frictionless matching model, so there's a bunch of people of different groups. There are 11 groups, ethnic groups, right? So all of these groups have preferences to marry with each other of some type, and we match them frictionlessly, so optimally match them in this model. Okay, there are all these theorems about optimal matching. Now, what are these delta V's? The delta V's are the indirect utility function that come from fertility, probability of divorce, and socialization, okay, and other stuff. So basically, we solve the model backwards, right? Socialization happens at the end, divorce, fertility. We solve the model backwards, and we get these delta V's. These delta V's are then used to match people in marriage, okay? The matching problem is something like this. These are the probability. T is some group, which is, I don't know, Italian and German, or Italian single, so people who don't marry. So T is the index over the type of marriages. And so there's a bunch of, these are males, these are females, there's a bunch of males, there's a bunch of females. So this is, optimal transportation problem is well known, and it's easy to solve, okay? At least there are theorems out there, okay? So, and from this, I just want to show, and this is the last thing I show, you can get fun stuff, because once you get the delta V, you can simulate this, you can show patterns of integration. This is the pattern of integration. This is a counterfactual pattern of integration when under the assumption, the counterfactual assumption that Italians are very free in allowing in marrying immigrants, right? So they're very free in terms of allowing immigrants to integrate, which in this case means marrying with them. Okay, so you can do all sorts of playful stuff. All right, so lots of stuff that people have done, fields of application. People have used this stuff to think about socio-economic growth, Guiso Sapienza Zingales, or persistence studies, anti-Semitism, Voigtlanger and Voth, or cultural integration, Abramitsky, Bustain. Okay? Questions? Then I'll go to institutions. Yes?
Quick question on the segregation part. I was wondering if there is a cost, because on the top of, you want to transmit your culture to your kid, you probably want your kid to be exposed to some diversity. So in that desegregation?
So, not here, but certainly. So, in this in the model I've written down, segregation is a mechanism of transmitting your own culture. So, having heterogeneity is just a cost here, so you don't want that. Now, of course, you can have a model where heterogeneity is good for some reasons. There's no issue there, right? So, but that's not the way it's constructed, but there's nothing against it.
There are also models with an education component, like some people of some region, one city and some.
Yeah. There are difficult, mostly, so at the abstract level that I'm talking about, there's only one paper by Thierry, which is very, Thierry and a student, whose name I don't remember, I'm sorry, which is very nice. It's a partial differential equation model where, there's time and space and things move over space and time. There's some empirical work, but it's hard. Right? So the second the dimension of space, it's hard because you have another dynamic equation of people moving across space rather than across time, right? So in a sense, mathematically, you go from differential equation to partial differential equations, which of course is it's a serious degree of extra degree of difficulty. This is just, the extreme mathematical case, but still, even if you live in a discrete world, you have people moving across time and across space. Okay, so that's hard. So there is some work along this line. I am actually doing something, but I've been doing this for a couple of years with no results. So it's hard. Okay, so that may be my fault, but it's hard. But yes, I mean, it's important. There are studies of the effect on cultural heterogeneity, empirical studies of the effects on cultural heterogeneity of the arrival of subways in New York, for instance. Right? So the subway in the 1900s, the subway gets into Brooklyn, some parts of Brooklyn, and that neighborhood of Brooklyn, does it become more homogeneous culture or less homogeneous culture? That's an interesting question, which has an answer I don't really know now, but it has an answer. There are papers there. But it's hard. It's difficult. Yeah.
Integrational dynamics in which you solve. Is there something which is not obviously intuitive?
In which dynamics?
Integrational dynamics.
Integrational.
On the last slide. So is there something which is not intuitive?
Oh, I keep going in the wrong direction. Oh, there's a lot of stuff not intuitive. But I don't... I can talk briefly. Okay, so there are... So the model represents... So you have to go a little bit deeper than this picture. There's a whole paper that I'd be happy to send you. To me, okay, so there's a couple of interesting things. The first interesting thing is that delta V's are very high, which means, immigrants don't really want to marry Italians, and Italians don't really want to marry immigrants. Okay? So you don't find, a lot of demand for integration or a lot of supply of integration. Even then, given the structure of the population, even in this case, integration is relatively fast. In a couple, 2 or 3 generations, you're done. Okay? So that's the first, argument here. The first interesting thing that comes out. Second is that in some sense you can see all these groups trying to avoid integrating in one way or another, but they have different strategies, equilibrium strategies doing that. Okay, so now I don't remember which one, but some groups are very fertile, some groups are very extreme in the socialization, the more fertile are less extreme in socialization, some groups are more extreme in socialization, less in fertility, and then there is the demand and supply dimension. For instance, this I remember because it's fun. Italians love Latin Americans, okay? But Latin Americans really don't like Italians. So what happens is that Latin Americans are very successful in not being integrated. They are the slowest one to integrate. And why is that? It's that basically, in the model, the kids of Latin American kids of mixed families speak Spanish, okay? Speak Spanish at home, which means in our setup that they're less integrated and blah, 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 okay? So Italians will not have an African kid speak his own language. They will socialize dramatically in a mixed family to have this kid speak Italian at home, but they will let the kids speak Spanish at home. Of course, that has to do also with the business between languages. But that's one of the things that come up. So there's a bunch of interesting stuff that comes out of there. Maybe not mind-bogglingly so, but yeah. Like, you know, one of the issues with these structural models, you know, I've only done structural models, so I think I can criticize them. In the end, your question is always difficult, because in the end, what you want to show is, look, I could do it. It's a million equations with all sorts of very complicated structure, and I could actually estimate it. Now, the results, who cares? It's important that I was able to do it, right? So, of course, I'm being very extreme here. I think there are very interesting results. But in the end, part of the issue, which is the way I presented it now, is these are interesting models that you can actually put down and work. Let's do institution, guys. Okay. Done here with this, an hour of institutional dynamics. What is institution? Let's do the same. What is institution? What are institutions? And how do they move? Let's ask the same question. Okay, so there is less of a fight here on what are institutions. Maybe there are slight difference, right? In culture, we said, you know, cultural revolutionaries think of culture in a different way than economists do. Here, maybe the distinction is between economists and political scientists, but, you know, we are really the same kind of group in large way. So the distinction is not so big. So let's read some definition, standard definition. So what's institution are formal and informal rules, norms, and structures that shape the political decision-making process, the behavior of individuals and groups within societies. This maybe is the big distinction. The first line is political institution. Okay, so we define institution as political dimension that shape the decision-making process at the political level. Of course, the decision-making process at the political level then implies that the equilibrium in society is different. So there are policy decisions that affect equilibrium in society. The other definition, in some sense, you know, sidesteps the political dimension and goes into directly behavior, right? So you can think of institution as norms. We just do this because we do this, okay? That's a norm, and it's in some sense, you know, not coming out of the political structure of the problem, okay? So I am going to look more at the political dimension of this, but there are definitions of institution like this. See, typically, you know, for a long time, we thought of institution as mechanism to select equilibria in environment with multiple equilibria. Okay, so that's the story. So we play. There's two equilibria. In one society, you play one. In the other society, you play the other one. You can say that these are different institutions in society. That's not the way we think here, but that's a possibility. Yes.
I was just wondering if there is any conceptual difference between norms, customs, and conventions to cultures that you just talked about.
To what?
To cultures that you talked about.
Yes. So if you start from, so in the English language, these things are very similar, right? So but we write models where these things are very different. So in the English language, norm and culture could be the same. In here, norms are a very special thing. Okay, in the modeling structure, a norm is, for instance, a selection device of equilibria in models with multiple equilibria. I define culture as I in a utility function. That's very different from, you see what I mean? Then when you talk culture and norms, okay, so in the models, that's why I really, really like, to work with models where things are very well defined. They are reduced to something that may be trivial, but they're well defined. So very different, but not really. Okay. Okay, so government bodies, legal system, electoral law, norms, custom, conventions. Okay, so here I want to make this distinction because in the mathematics, in the economics of these models, people doing institution as norm, customs, conventions do a different kind of work than people, different kind of model, completely different kind of model than people doing governmental bodies, legal system, electoral rules. I'm going to do the first one, okay? Just because that's what I'm interested in. But there are these two different ways of looking at this, okay? So definition of North and Huntington. All right, so I try to, like I did before with cultural evolution and economics, I tried here to make some distinction, okay? So again, the first, as I said, is norms, customs. So the first class of models that come from game theory, these are models which attempt at studying norms, customs, conventions as stationary states of evolutionary dynamics, basically deterministic stochastics. This is the evolutionary stable states, okay? Evolutionary stability, Peyton-Young. There's a whole literature in the past. Young is in the 90s, but there's work by Levine and Modica, which is very recent, okay? So there is very little political institution here, okay? So political institutions are, in the background. How is it that some society choose one equilibrium rather than another? Well, maybe politically, the political institution have an effect, but this is not model, okay? So these are economies where there are multiple equilibria in a stochastic way. People move around these equilibria. They stay more on one, less on the other, and things of this sort, okay? So very interesting stuff. Peyton-Young, Kandori, Milet, and Robb, Bowles, Sam Bowles has done all sorts of work on that dimension. Very interesting stuff there, okay? So I am going to go to the political economy, more on the political economy side of this way, okay? And this is not, again, this is just what I've done and what I'm more interested in. By the way, this stuff is a little older, so, there are books already, there's all sorts of, it's already, well, established, I would say, evolutionary stable steady states, okay? So we're taking it on the side for the moment. Now, inside political economy, there are two groups. One is the people, it starts with Alesina Tabellini and more recently Persson and Tabellini. These are people who study the detail of the political economy. Right? So study the electoral system, study the definition of a constitution on top of an electoral system, this kind of work, okay? Where the political economy really comes to life. The equilibrium, they study equilibria of agents behaving in an environment which is also at times designed, right? So there's a mechanism design problem on the designing of an environment, of a political environment that determines the equilibrium that people play, okay? And the design of the environment, depending on the question, could be just the design of fiscal policy, monetary policy, electoral rule, committees, and these things, okay? So there's an enormous amount of work here, very interesting. And then there's a bunch of people, this is also, relatively well done and well established. Persson and Tabellini have a book, and, and there's all sorts of other, Persson has a book by himself, I think. In any case, it's very well done and established. And then there's a new kind of stuff, which is, what I'm going to do today, which comes from the work of Acemoglu and Robinson, Acemoglu himself and Acemoglu and Robinson, and then myself with Thierry, where, in some sense, the political economy, it's indirect, it's very not modeled, okay? So the frictions of the political economy are kind of hidden in the structure of the problem, Okay? So you study, where the dynamic, where the political structure is really relative power of different groups. Okay? And what you study is the dynamics of the relative power of different groups, the formation, the determination, and the dynamics of the relative power of the different groups. And the way this goes is, again, of course, you're not really modeling precisely the political structure. It's an indirect, that's why I came up with this last night, indirect institution. It's a silly name, okay? Okay, so the idea there is that institutions are not really explicitly modeled. There's no voting here. There's nobody voting. There's nobody, okay? But there's an indirect way of forming. You'll see. I'll spend a whole hour on this. So there's an indirect way of looking at how this abstract political system moves. And this abstract political system is really relative power between groups. Okay? I often say, and people think I'm crazy for saying this, but I really want, again, because not crazy, people go back to the trivialization. I really want a simple enough model, because in the end I want to study prosperity, growth, and this stuff. Because I want to go there, I really want a very simple model of institutional dynamics. And what's a very simple model of institutional dynamics? A differential equation. Okay, so I really want a differential equation. And then I have another differential equation, which is the logistics that you've seen about culture. And now I have two differential equations. And, you know, that's the top that I can do. Thierry can do three, but I can do two. So a system of two differential equations I can look at. Okay? So that's where I'm going to. When at the end I'm saying I'm going to do the interaction between culture and institution, it's because I'm going to study a system of two differential equations. That means that now I'm going to get to one. Okay? So there's no culture for the moment. I'm going to get a single differential equation, and that's going to be my problem. I'm going to take this problem, you know, project it down, trivialize it, but still possibly leaving something interesting to that. Okay? So that's really the methodology here. Okay? All right. So how do we define then, in this world, how do we define institutional change? Okay, I already told you in a sense that what is institution in this world is going to be relative political power between groups. That's going to be institutions. You'll see in a second mathematically what that means. So ask after. But how does this move? Okay? So how does this relative political power move? So we're going to have a system. You'll see it's going to be the outcome of a choice problem. In a sense, it's like a constitutional design problem, a very simple constitutional design problem, but it's going to be a mechanism that internalizes externalities and other distortion in policy choices. Okay? So institutions move towards the internalization of externalities. Moves the system towards efficiency. Okay? These externalities could be real externalities, symmetric information, lack of commitment. Typically, lack of commitment is very crucial in this literature, and so on. You'll see the model in a second, okay? And of course, institutions move more slowly than the equilibria of the mechanism. So, right, so there's an equilibrium. We're going to have a static equilibrium, which is going to be, I don't know, a generation, and then a generational movement of change in institution, okay? So institution change slowly. Of course, some of the fundamental question is, can we still have inefficient institution? Is this movement myopic or not? Is it incremental or revolutionary? Okay, so we're going to go there. Questions? I don't remember this slide. Let me see what it is. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so now elites, okay? Circulation of the elites. I titled this thing Circulation of the Elites. So this issue of the change of the dynamics of institution, it's going to be linked, to make it sexy, it's going to be linked to a theory of elites, okay? Elites are really, a description of the power of the relative groups, okay? So when I said institution is relative power of groups, well, let's go back traditionally to Marxian models and before. There are classes or elites and workers, okay? So a lot, I showed you at the beginning, a lot of the narrative, historical narrative, maybe because some of historians are Marxists, but a lot of the historical narrative is in terms of the dynamics between elites or between elites and workers or things of this sort, right? So I'm going to get there. I'm going to have models of this kind. I think this is important, okay? The circulation of elites, of course, is then institutional change. Institutional change means how is one elite maintaining its power, or how is one elite conceding power to some other elite or to workers, or however it works, okay? So this whole thing of institutional change, really, once you define institution as power, political power, then it gets to, who's powerful, elites, and who's not powerful, non-elites, okay? So, again, trivializing, but not so much, okay? So the work on elite has two dimensions. The political economy study of the elite, not necessarily recent work in economics, but the political economy work on elite has two sides, right? So there's people who say, people like Pareto, who say, oh, elites change all the time because the elites become weak and they change. And there's instead a lot of people arguing what are the mechanisms, the tools that elite have to stay in power. Okay, so this is a different way of thinking about elites. Some people stress the fact that elites have tools to stay in power, and others argue that, no, elites change all, they still do, but elites change all the power. This is just the stress of what is more interesting in your arguments, okay? Questions. Now, told you there's a lot of Italian. The theory of elite is an Italian thing, okay? So this guy, by the way, we call it Roberto Michaels. He lived in Italy. He was kicked out of Germany because he was a socialist. He came to Italy, and he became a fascist. It's actually true. But, he spoke Italian, very Italian. Okay. So Mosca is the first on the circulation of the elite. Michaels the second, Pareto the third. We like this guy. Now, let me just say, we liked up to a point. Pareto had two problems. One, he was a fascist. Second, and I'll tell you in a sec. Second, he wrote in French, which we didn't like very much. Now, these guys, and it's important. I make this as a joke, but this thing is important because this theory of elite, Pareto's side, will bring you to think about these things again, going back to being careful here and being risky, okay? So Pareto, to his defense, died right after Mussolini took power in Italy. He didn't see war and all other, whatever that happens afterwards. But he was very excited, okay? To him, the fascists were the new elite that takes over the weak, old elite, right? So his idea is this elite become old and weak and corrupt, and then you need new elite to take power and, with the strength. And that's exactly how the fascists presented themselves in Italy, and that's what he likes. The victory of fascism is a splendid confirmation of the prediction contained in my sociology and in several of my articles. I cannot be anything but happy as a man and as a scientist. Okay, so let's be careful about this thing. Let's be even more careful. This is something that I'm very proud I found last month. It's a tweet by Elon Musk, okay, who's supporting some other kind of fascism. And look at this. This is Pareto. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. So that's exactly the circulation of the elite. He's saying, look, we need strong men, but then these strong men become weak because they get power, and then when they become weak, we need new men. Okay, we know what he has in mind. That's exactly this thing, and it's exactly the fascination that Pareto had with the fascists. So let's be careful about that, and let's write down, or you might like it, I don't know, I don't. Let's think about the models. Okay? So, society, so this comes from a bunch of stuff that I have done with Thierry, but you will see that it encompasses some of the work, or most of the work that Daron, Acemoglu, and Robinson have done. Okay? And they've done it before, so of course. So society populated by different groups. These different groups, these are political groups, are characterized by distinct economic resources and cultural traits. Okay? So they're different culturally. Some are rich, some are poor, maybe, because some are elites, some are not. Institution represents the relative political power of the different groups in society. Policies are the results of choices of a policymaker aggregating group preferences. So this is key. All of the political economy in this world is here. Okay? So you'll see mathematically this is how much we trivialize, and I think for the good. Society equilibrium is the result of a game between the agent and a policymaker. Institutional change is a mechanism to internalize externalities, as I said before. Okay? So this is a particular example. You will see that the general model is much more general. Political groups, elite and civil society. You can call civil society workers if you want. Okay, so E and W. Q is the fraction of the elite in the population. Okay, the Q is the same as before. There's total resources. People work. The elites put AE effort and produce AE, and the workers put AW effort and they produce AW. The total resources is the average, or the aggregation of the two. And then there is a policy. In this particular example, the policy controls the distribution of resources between elites and the workers. Think of it as a tax or whatever, tax and public good provision, right? So the elites get PA and the workers get 1 minus PA. So there's a policy making decision which is choosing P, okay? And of course, the elites like a very large P and the workers like a very small P, all right? And people, given the P that they get, people choose A, okay? Of course, A is going to be costly, it's an effort, okay. Clear? The simplest possible, problem. Now, this is key, okay? So this is the maximization of social welfare. So how is P chosen? P is chosen maximizing the social welfare function in this economy. The elites have a weight beta, and the workers have the weight 1 minus beta. Once you have the weights, you can maximize P. You can choose P to maximize the expected utility or the average utility, weighted utility of the two groups. Beta is institution. Okay? So that's what I meant before. Beta is the relative political power. I call beta institution. And beta dot is going to be my differential equation, and I'm going to be very happy. Okay? And of course, like Q, there's beta and beta 1 and beta 2, but beta 2 is 1 minus beta, so it's a one-dimensional system. Okay? Does this make sense? So this is the dramatic simplification. You'll see that, it'll give us a lot. Okay? So so think of a society where there are three. So there's one person that's not a person. There's a fictitious person, which is the policymaker. So policy is determined as this is not a guy. Policy is determined by the maximization of a social welfare function. The social welfare function encodes the institutional system. So that's the political economy all there. That's why I call it indirect, because all the political economy is, is mapped into that beta. All right? Yes. You'll see it in a second. For the moment, this choice problem is exogenous, right? So the choice problem is there is a beta, and there is at time t, in this society, there is a beta, and policy is done as a max P given beta, okay? All right. All the political economy is in this beta, and for the moment it's there. So the choices in this society are the choice of P for the moment, and the choice of the 2A. These are individual choices of the agent, but we assume the agents are symmetric. In equilibrium, they all choose the same A. Okay, so there's the choice of the elites, choice of work of the elite, choice of work of the workers, choice of P of the policy. You have the question.
Yeah, no, it was the same question. I'm curious about beta.
If beta is, yes. So as I said, yeah. Power is not power? No, it's beta. Beta is the relative power, political power, right? So it's the relative weight in a social welfare function that I interpret as the relative power of these two groups in political decisions, right? So it's a metaphor, as I said, I call it indirect institution exactly because I want to argue that, in there it's the whole, that beta is the outcome of the political economy process that I don't want to model. Okay, I'm going to tell you in a second where the inefficiency of the political economy problem play a role in the dynamics of beta. But for the moment, that's the way. And so, thank you. I am going to think of beta as relative power. Okay? Yeah, relative political power. Yes, that's the social welfare function.
Does that say that the more they are powerful, the more they consider their own utility?
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. So a social welfare function is exactly this. It's a weighted average of utilities of different groups or different people. In this case, the weights determine the weight in the social welfare function. So in a world where the power is all on the elite, beta is 1, and the utility of the workers doesn't appear in the choice problem.
Can such a model account explain an elite which is more benevolent, which thinks about the benefits of the other?
Well, you can put UW into UE if you want. You can say that the utility of elite depends on the utility of the workers. That's okay, but you have to throw it in that way. And, yeah, it's not natural here, but of course you can do that.
The thing here is that the institutions are not or don't affect efficiency, right? So they are a bit different.
Hold on. Yeah, they do, and you're right, you don't see it here, but they do. Yes? Say again? Well, beta 1 is the elite have power, let's call it autocracy. Beta 0 is the workers have power, let's call it socialism. Beta half is they both matter, let's call it democracy. Don't laugh, that's the way Acemoglu Robinson do, so don't laugh at me, okay? So typically in these models, the beta is discrete. It's either 1 or a half, or it's either 1 or 0, exactly to go there, right? So where you're saying, of course, metaphorically, you say if beta is 1, of course, the elites have all the power. If beta is a half, well, workers have a say in this world. So let's call it democracy, okay, or some sort of democracy. That's, at this abstraction, that's perfectly fine. But that's the way to think about it. Okay, if beta is continuous, as it's going to be here because I want a differential equation, then of course you're going to move from, if you want, if that's the case, you move from an autocracy into something else slowly and unless you have jumps. Okay? Let me go ahead. Institutional change. Okay, no, social gain first. Okay, so I already said this. Policymaker with weights beta chooses P. Individual chooses A, and there's a Nash equilibrium. Okay? Now, crucially, I am going to think about a simultaneous gain between policymakers and agents. What does that mean? It means that the policymaker does not have commitment. This is a fundamental inefficiency. There might be other inefficiencies in the equilibrium of the game, right? In the game between AE and AW, it might be inefficient. It might be that, I work too much and you work too little or whatever. there might be inefficiency there, but there is certainly an inefficiency built into the system, which is really, when I said before, the inefficiency of political economy appears in a particular way. Here it really appears from the fact, and it's a choice. I mean, we've done other stuff, but this is a simple way to do. Appears in the fact that the political game is done without commitment. Okay? So there is a commitment problem, and that creates an inefficiency. And the institutional mechanism, that's the answer to him that he was asking me in which sense. The institutional mechanism will go towards efficiency in the sense that it will be able to, in some way, try and solve this lack of commitment problem in some way or another. Okay? So that's the story. Okay, so in this word, we can define, I'm getting to beta change. I know you want to get there. Rightly so. So we can define three concepts. The equilibrium, what I call societal equilibrium, the Nash between the policy and the two agents, okay, simultaneous Nash. Then I can define the Stackelberg-Nash, the commitment equilibrium. Let's assume, for a moment, just to see, what happens if the policy has commitment, which in this simple environment means that the policymaker chooses ex ante, anticipating the choice of the other. So first P, then given P, A, W, A, E. Okay? So that's just a Stackelberg equilibrium. Okay? And we can do that. And the rest is, and of course we have a social optimum where, you know, people don't choose anything. There is a social welfare, and everything is chosen simultaneously by a social welfare guy. There is no gain. Okay? So all the A's and the P are chosen to maximize social welfare. These are three concepts, okay, that determines P, A, E, A, W. Okay, not the same, of course. Each one determines a different vector of P, A, E, A, W. Clear? Say again?
How many elites, you know, fraction of elites in the population?
Oh, Q. It's given here. It's hidden in here. A is the average of production in the population, so it's Q times AE plus 1 minus Q times AW. For the moment, it only appears here. It will be much more fundamental in everything we do later, but for the moment, that's only where Q appears. Important, a natural way, maybe, I don't know, a natural way to write this choice problem, what is this? I don't know what I do. Did I already do this? Sorry, huh? Yeah. So a natural way to write the policy choice problem is to have Q rather than beta, right? You know, utilitarian maximizer, you say, look, how much the elite matters depends on how big is the elite. Okay? That's not what I want. I want a model where groups can be much more powerful than their size. Okay? So that's why I have a beta, and that's why I have an equation to determine beta. Now, in a model where we don't do this institutional side, you would probably write, in macro models, you write Q 1 minus Q, because, you know, these things don't change, and that's what it is, and that's it. Okay? So it's important that beta is different from Q. Okay? So then what did I do? Okay, so if you look at welfare as static efficiency, when clearly, you know, the societal optimum is the best you can get, and it's weakly better than commitment, which is weakly better than equilibrium. All right, so then, you know, how it works depends on the environment, but okay, that is clear. Okay? So now, let's look at institutional change. That's what you all want. So the way we model it is this way. So at the end of this, of the social, after an equilibrium is done, we are a society, we've done whatever we wanted with this beta. We are at time t now, I'm adding index t, of course. We're at time t, there's a society, there's elite, beta is determined, Q is determined, it's predetermined. We play this game and we're happy. Okay? At the end of this, we go back and say, which institution do we want tomorrow? Okay? So which beta do we want tomorrow? And we can do that. We can write down this problem. Now there's all these t's, right? So at time t, we choose the beta t plus 1. So given beta t, we choose beta t plus 1. How do we choose it? We maximize the same social welfare function. Now notice that the weights are beta t because, you know, suppose that this is a world where elites are totally in power. Beta t is 1, okay? I am the one that decides if I'm going to give you a parliament where you workers can do stuff, okay? I'm in power. So the weight is still beta t. But the weight beta t can choose a different weight tomorrow. So I am an elite. I am the elite completely in power. I can decide that no, I'm going to let worker take votes in a parliament and have some voice in the parliament. That's, by the way these things happen in history all the time. The way elite gave power to people is simply constructing a parliament where these guys could work. Okay, so why would they do that? It's a different story. But that's the mechanism. So the society with relative power beta t decides optimally, given the weight beta t, to generate a society tomorrow which has weights beta t plus 1. Basically, this is a delegation problem. Okay? As a society beta t, I'm delegating to a society beta t plus 1 the choice tomorrow. Okay? So why the hell would I do that? Why the hell, if I'm an elite which has complete power, why would I give you some power? Why would I let you ask questions, for instance? Yes?
So now beta is a sort of a state variable.
Yes? Beta is a state. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay? So bear with me. Now, of course, when I do this, I anticipate what the equilibrium is going to be tomorrow in the next generation, right? I know that with a different beta, with a beta t plus 1, I'm going to have a different policy P, and I'm going to have different A, E, and AW. That is my mechanism for changing institution. What does this delegation do? This delegation, effectively, intuitively, this delegation mechanism optimally gives power to people, to the group that can better internalize an externality, which in this case typically is the commitment and externality. Okay? Let me give you a trivial example that it's too trivial, but there's always the risk that you say, oh, of course, that's stupid, but it's not that stupid, but the example is stupid. I'm an autocrat, I'm an elite, and I am in total complete power. Okay? What do? I tax your work. You are the people, and you work. I don't do anything. I simply tax what you do. In a Nash equilibrium, so without commitment, what will I do? I will always tax you 100%. Okay? What will you do? So the Nash equilibrium in this economy is, I will tax you 100%. You, if working is hard, you will not work. This is incredibly inefficient because I starve and you starve. You don't work and you starve. I work. I don't get anything stolen from you where I starve. Of course, you know, you need to be careful about not having another condition and so on. But that's the logic. Now, me as an elite, I would like to commit on saying, no, I'm not taxing you 100%. I'm taxing you 50%. And you will work a little bit if I tax you 50%. And so I'll get my share and you'll get your share and we're happy. I cannot do this in this model because the equilibrium constant is Nash, is simultaneous Nash. What I can do is I can give you power. If I give you power, I give you a beta where you matter, now you choose P together with me. But now the P choice tomorrow is going to be at the new beta, where the workers have some power. And if the workers have some power, they're not going to tax themselves 100%. Right? That's the game. That's the story. So what the delegation, what the institutional change does is internalize these no commitment externalities by giving power to the group that internalizes the externality better, which in this case is the worker. Okay? So, in fact, mathematically, I honestly think this is kind of beautiful, but everybody, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. This is a relatively complicated structure, but the differential equation, then I have to take the limit, but the differential equation that comes up of this whole complicated problem is this. Okay? So this is the equilibrium given beta t plus 1. The equilibrium P given beta t plus 1. Okay? This is the commitment P, the one that the Stackelberg policy choice given beta t. Okay? So now I'm at beta t. This is our power structure today, beta t. The equilibrium is P of beta t. P, not P com, P of beta t. That's what we get. Okay? But I know that we could do P comma beta t. I would like to do that. That's the story. I would like to commit to give you some power. So I cannot do that. So at t, the equilibrium is P of beta t. But when I think about beta t plus 1, I want to find, when I think about tomorrow, I want to find the equilibriums, I want to find the institutional system that will give me what I would have wanted to have today and I can't do, and I can't have. You see what I mean? That's what the term is P beta t plus 1. Beta t plus 1. The beta t plus 1 is the one that gives me at equilibrium what I would have wanted at the commitment today and I couldn't get. That's the story. Is it clear? This is an indirect differential equation. Okay? Does this make sense? You see what I'm trying to do here? Okay. Please ask. It's I don't know. What I would like to go on in your mind right now, if you haven't seen this before, is, yeah, this was very trivial, but then it's kind of interesting. It's got a lot of action, even if, I took it down to something very simple. There's a lot of economics in this story, okay, that is still there. If that's true, then this is a success. Okay, so this is just a picture for business school people. This is, sorry, this will cut from the recording. So, not that any business school person would listen to this, but you never know. Dynamics, okay, so we can do the dynamics of this story, okay? So think of, and that's what we do. This is beta, this is P. The line below is P com, so the P of commitment. The line above is the equilibrium. Forget about the Q. The Q are the actual culture, because now I'm going to have two. But in this model, there's no culture, so forget, it's fixed. Okay, Q is fixed, so forget about the Q. It's just a picture, right? So the dynamics is very simple. You start here. The equilibrium is up there, okay? The equilibrium is up there, but then you don't want to be up there. You want to do P com of that point. So you go down to this P com. At that P com, you do that P. That P, you go down. Okay, so that's the dynamics, and in this case, it converges over there. Okay? Now, again, algorithm, I'm really keen on these things. I want to write down models where, then, because I want to have all sorts of complications of these stories, I want to have a simple way to analyze them. Okay? Like before I said, just look for the delta V's, compute the delta V's, and then we're done. Okay? Here is the same. Compute the P and compute the P com. Once you have this, then you have everything here. Okay? Now, this is a different case where the P and the P com lines as a function of beta cross, and if they cross, there's an equilibrium. If they cross the right way, there's an equilibrium in the middle. They could cross the other way and you go to the boundaries, but there's an equilibrium in the middle. Okay? So here, if you start above the B bar, you go down here. If you start below, you go up there. Okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to write a bunch of models. We're going to do a little bit more complicated models because we're going to have culture too, but we're going to write a bunch of this model where we're going to look at these things, and then we're going to look at the phase diagram in the end. Okay? Oh, man. Okay, we can write nice, told you, theorems about dynamics. Generally, dynamical, okay, so this is important. Dynamic efficiency, okay? Basically, we constructed almost by assumption, not quite, but this mechanism that beta moves so that beta t, p of beta t becomes p comma beta t plus 1. So this mechanism effectively tells you that the system will get rid in the limit, if it can, if the equilibrium is interior, modulo a bunch of regularity, but the system will tend to get rid of the lack of commitment and externality. Okay? So not all externalities, but the lack of commitment and externality, will be internalized by this system. Now, but, okay, so there are three frontiers here typically. You're going to end up here. You're going to end up where the P and the P-com cross. Okay? That's really what the dynamics is going to do to you. Okay? Now, this is not efficient generally. The efficient frontier you can't reach typically in this economy. There are other externalities. So you're still not going to be inefficient, but you're going to be there. Now, this will say, in a way, will say that we get rid of the lack of commitment externalities. But we need to be very careful here. We get rid of the lack of commitment externality by giving power to the group that better internalizes the externality. Now, we are doing this one step at a time. There is a myopic argument here too, right? So every decision is looking at next generation. And like the next generation is the end of the world, okay? So by doing this, what happens is that it might very well be that, I give you a parliament, and then after having given you a parliament, you want something more, and I didn't anticipate this. And then you want more, and we get to socialism, and I really don't like it, okay, because I'm the autocrat. Now, so ex ante, we might get to an environment, to an equilibrium where the ex ante, the initial condition is not happy at all. So we get efficiency in the sense that we get rid of one particular externality, but we get rid of that externality giving power to one group. That group is going to be happy, the other group is not. That's the story, okay? This is a consequence of myopia, but still, that's the story, okay? So, see what I said? Generally, the stationary state is not Pareto efficient. Of course, the stationary state B does not generally Pareto dominates the initial institutional state. That's what I mean. So we move towards efficiency, but it's not that we are Pareto dominating the first. Okay? The first can be screwed. All right? Again. Now, we are going to do it. Maybe we don't have time, but at least I'm going to tell you that if we allow for a little bit less myopia, so if you allow for this generation, this institutional sector to look at far ahead, then they might stop this process. Okay? I always tell this story that that's one of the moments where I thought about this. There's this movie about Lincoln, and a long time ago. So Lincoln is there. He wants the end of slavery. Okay? And he's effectively buying congressmen to vote with him, and they're tied and so on. And, he almost gets to enough vote to end slavery. And then the last guy tells him, oh, I'm okay. The last guy, by the way, is married to a black woman, so he thinks, okay, he's going to be with me. And this guy says, of course I love the end of slavery. But what if at the end they want to vote? Okay, that's the slippery slope argument here, right? So this guy wants to vote against Lincoln, against slavery, because he says, against the end of slavery, because he says, if we end slavery, next time, black people will want to vote. That certainly we don't want, right? So that's the story. That's another dimension of inefficiency that can happen in a model where you have forward-looking institutional sector, okay? So all of these things are into this model, obviously, a little bit of complication mathematically, but everything is there. Okay. I have a few minutes. Let me tell you a couple of things. So this general structure of the model, which I would love to claim, it's mine, it isn't. So the model I wrote up, it's mine, but this whole idea of lack of commitment being crucial in determining institution, the dynamics of institution, it's been out there in the work of North first and Acemoglu and Robinson formally later. Okay, so you can take a lot of the stuff they're done and you can map it into this setup. Okay, so in particular, in the case of North Wallis and Weingast, it's very easy. It's really the example that I gave you at the beginning. You know, I can tax you, and if I tax you, don't work, but then I'll give you a parliament and you start working. Okay, so they're after the Industrial Revolution. That's really the story. Okay, so simple. They don't have a model, but you can write it as a model in the exact same way we do, with just beta taking two values, one or a half. A half is democracy, one is autocracy. The autocrat decide to put up a democracy because in an autocracy these guys don't work. Okay, so that's the first model. It's exactly the model we have. Now, Acemoglu and Robinson have more interesting models, and they actually are models. The way I've written it, it's my interpretation of theirs, but and they play the same game. So there's one where basically there are three levels of beta. 1, a half, and 0. 0 is socialism. We always start with an autocratic society. So they always have this idea that their modeling is about how do you move from autocracy to democracy or socialism. Okay? So the way they write the problem is different. It plays crucially, again, on lack of commitment. So the idea there is civil society is, so what differently from a lot of the stuff that I've done is they have this idea that the way institutions change is through revolution or threat of revolutions. Okay, so in their models, the civil society, the workers, have a threat. They can do a revolution. And the revolution is very costly for themselves and very costly for the elites. So basically, the model is one where the elite would like to choose policies to make sure that the workers don't revolt. Okay, so basically, because the betas are discrete, 1, a half, 0, their model is a principal agent model with an incentive constraint. The incentive constraint is the workers don't do a revolution. I give them enough so that they don't do a revolution. That's the story, right? So in this particular setup, so the workers can do a revolution at some cost on themselves and on the elite. Of course, the cost on the elite is very high. Policy P is chosen, but there's limited commitment. In their setup, with some probability, after AE and AW are chosen, the elites can choose P again. It's a way of doing the Nash that we have said, right? So it's a different way of saying there is lack of commitment. In this case, there is time going by. So you choose P with commitment if you choose P before, but there is a chance that you can choose it again. Okay? Of course, if you choose it again after the efforts have already been chosen, you choose P equal 1. You get all the money as the elite, right? So that's what the workers fear, and that's why the workers might want to have a revolution. Okay? So that's the story. So, you write down the problem. That is the choice of the elite, which, by the way, it's a social welfare function because beta is 1 here, right? So the choice, it's the same as our choice of the social welfare function because beta is 1. The elite are in power. So pi is the probability that they get to re-choose. If they get to re-choose, they get all the resources A. If they don't get to re-choose, then they get P that they have chosen before. And they have to choose this P so that the workers are happy enough. Okay? So this is the incentive constraint. This is the choice of the workers, AW, and the one on top is the incentive constraint for the workers, which say, given this P and given the probability that they steal everything with probability pi, still, I don't want to put up a revolution. Okay? So in this economy, there is never institutional change. The beta is done, it's 1, that's what it is, and the elites make sure, remember what I told you, that there was this distinction in the Mosca versus Pareto. Mosca says the problem is to find out which ways elites maintain their power, and Pareto says the problem is to find out which ways elites lose their power. Okay? So this is a model where elites keep their power. They just have to satisfy the incentive constraint. So how do you have, when do you have institutional change? Well, if some parameter changes or something changes so that the incentive constraint can never be satisfied, then, of course, you're up for grabs. And then they would argue we're back into a democracy. They do a revolution, and we're back into a democracy. That's the story, okay? Yes?
Can you use these tools to formalize the Elon Musk tweet? Like this idea of...
Oh, Elon Musk tweets. Okay, so...
I mean, if it's consistent or you cannot do it.
No. I have 5 slides on Elon Musk tweets. So, later on. So, for some reason, I always liked these things. For a long time, I was always intrigued by by Pareto sociology, and in particular about circulation of the elites. Very, very hard to get a model where elites cycle that way. And I tried with Thierry for many, many years, okay, to find out a simple model where it would get this direction, okay? So there's 2 ways to do this. One is to say that the circulation of elites is a metaphor, and I have models where elite move. So I'm done. So I don't have Elon Musk tweet. I have elites that change. Okay, in my model, beta changes over time, okay? So I have a model with beta changes. I'm interpreting the circulation of elite generally as the dynamics of the elite, not as a cycle, okay? This is the cheap way out. The real way out is, can I write down a model with a cycle, okay? With the Elon Musk Pareto cycle. Okay, we managed to do it. We tried for a long time. Now we can, but we need culture and institutions together. It's actually quite complicated. It's really quite complicated, but I'll be able to tell you how to do that, okay? For the moment, you have to tell it, you have to see it very abstractly as elites move. In this model, in Acemoglu-Robinson, you need some stochastic dimension to make them move, because they don't really move, okay? In our setup, they move slowly, but they move. Beta t plus 1 is different from beta t, right? So that we accomplished. The cycle, it's a different story, okay? I think there's lunch. Let me see. This is another Acemoglu thing. Okay, so this is the slippery slopes. That's what I told you. So let me just say this quickly. So you can write down in fact, the mathematics here is actually kind of nice, but whatever. So compare a model a myopic model where institutions are set 1 step ahead, with a model where institutions are set in an infinite horizon. Actually, to make it simple, let's say 2. Okay, so compare a model where the institutional designer only look at 1 generation next, with the one where the institutional designer looks at 2 generations, okay? The one on top is the 1, this one is the 2, okay? And you work the math there, and it's kind of nice. So the result is the following. There's a theorem, again, that it's a little bit elegant. So let's be in a relatively simple world. There is only 1 interior steady state. So the interior steady state of the myopic model is exactly the same steady state of the more dynamic forward-looking one. Okay? So the steady state doesn't change in this simple environment. What changes is the speed. Okay? So in the forward-looking one, you get to the steady state. It takes longer to get to the steady state. The dynamics is slower. Okay? Exactly because of the story of the Lincoln story. Okay? So I don't want to give you immediately end of slavery, because then you will want to vote. So I'll give you half slavery. You slave in the morning and not in the afternoon. So that then your next step is to be not slave in the morning either, so that it takes longer to you to get to to voting, and it takes longer. I am discounting, so I care a little bit less about you voting because it happens later on in time, okay? That's the mechanism, essentially. With enough concavity, that's what happens. So we're getting to the same equilibrium, to the same steady state, but we get there in a slower dynamics. On top of it, when you lose concavity, which is, easy to lose when you have a dynamical system like this, then you can get stuck. You can get to a situation where you say, no, I'm not ending slavery because I don't want you to vote. Okay? And you just get stuck there. Okay? So that's the other possibility. Mathematically, it's an issue of concavity. Okay? But conceptually, it's somewhat of I think, a very nice, interesting result. Okay? So the dynamics does this. Slows down the process, and in some cases, stops the process. Okay? Now, I think we have lunch. This is a sketch of the proof. Okay, so that's right. So next is cultural institutions together. Okay, and growth and prosperity and whatnot. I don't eat lunch, so I'm here, do whatever you want with me, but there's lunch if you want lunch. So we'll start at 1:15. No, we need to end at 3:15. So let's go. So no, we start at 15 to 2. 15 to 2? Yeah, I think so. Oof. No.
The point that I think I had in mind is that, so I understand that you have some resources that you want to devote to your kid, or it could be socialized by the people where you segregate. But then, but it could be probably less costly to do it by yourself. If you want to have some diversity, and if you value this diversity, right? So you give your culture to a kid, and then on the top of that, you socialize and get another one. Yeah. So that case will be.
But you see, this is but it's built into the preferences. You want it.
Yes, we see.
So
if there is like a vector of culture.
Yes. Right? So if you want to expose your kid to something else, that's not in these models, but not because it shouldn't be. Yeah. It's just this, right? So it goes the other way. But absolutely, if it's built into the preferences, then this is going to happen. And then the trade-off is, how is it cheaper?
Yes.
Right? So it's cheaper for me, it's cheaper to talk Italian to him and have him go to a French school where he learns French, right? Rather than talking French to him and say, right, so I'm going to segregate him into a French school. If I want him to speak French, I'm just going to segregate him into a French school, but I'm going to talk Italian to him.
And is migration different from segregation? Like migration in the sense that you move to a place.
Yeah, so this we've never done because it's very hard. So what we've done is looking at models where people have migrated already, and then you look at the cultural dynamics there. Models where people choose where to migrate, depending on
where to segregate.
To segregate, yes. So we have models where immigrants live in the same block.
District.
That we do. But models where cultural determines migration, I have not seen. Whether they go, yeah. So those I've not seen. Thank you.
Of course. Alberto Bisin. I'm Italian, but I'll keep English so that everyone can follow. I wanted to ask you, so you're saying that less forward-looking elites are more likely to get into, getting stuck.
More forward-looking.
The more forward-looking they are, and the more they are.
The more the more concavity breaks, and they get stuck.
They get stuck. Okay. Yeah. So the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to kind of fit the Italian mafia into this,
Italian mafia.
Yes, into this type of forward-looking, elite dynamics.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is how okay, so everything you're presenting is in line with the main intuition, and so I was trying to get how I get the forward-looking characteristic into the elite. And so the way you've been modeling is they think like more than one period ahead,
Yes.
like designing political institutions.
Exactly.
Okay.
They look at several
More than one
instances,
figure.
more than one instance of political decisions, political institutions,
Political institutions.
right? So
Whatever
so
that
that
is.
whatever that means in the context you're looking at,
Okay.
that's the idea, and that will mean slower movement, and in some cases block.
It can lead to
Like you're not
blocking,
changing the institution, you keep the institution as they are.
That's great. So all these slides will be online at some point.
All these slides will be online.
I'll have to leave in the middle of the last, but I'm going to look. Thanks a lot.
If not, send me an email and I'll send it.
I will anyhow, I think. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah.
I have a question about the Asimov's model.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the Asimov model allows the possibility of political turnover from elite to civil society. However, in the equilibrium, we don't have such a story because it's a principal agent problem.
Yeah.
We have always the incentive constraint.
Right, so it never happens unless you have changes in the parameter or a stochastic dimension which is not anticipated. You never have this change at equilibrium. Of course you can, but you never have the change in equilibrium.
Right.
Because the optimal choice for the elites is to keep people at the incentive constraint.
Right.
So that's
Do you think
that's fine.
that's okay? But
Right.
what do you think about the model of political turnover between those two groups? Well, I'm doing some model with a political violence. So that model political violence.
Violence, okay.
Beasley and Parson.
Yes. I had that. I had a slide on that, and then I decided to take it away because it was too difficult for me to fit it into the story. But yes, that's certainly one direction that's very interesting.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks a lot.
The idea is the beta is determined stochastic.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
I wanted to fit into this, and I might be at some point. But you see, there the beta moves exogenously, depends on the stochastic process. I want beta to move endogenously. So it was hard to write that, but that certainly does it.
I'm doing paper of growth theory with their model. So it's a sort of a endogenous growth with endogenous violence.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That fits exactly into the stories that I want to talk. So send it to me, please.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm from Japan, but now I'm on sabbatical leave. I live in Lille of France. So
Send it to me, please.
thank you.
I'd love to see. That's exactly where all this stuff is going, right? To growth and institutional change.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have to drink it.
Yeah, of course. Sorry to keep you from your lunch.
No, I don't have lunch. It's okay. Just leave it.
Okay, so I'm American PhD student. This is my first time being exposed to this virtual on like culture and economics.
Yeah.
I just thought it was super interesting.
Good.
Just resonated with like a lot of things that I see in the world, but like that I felt haven't been explained very well in like maybe social science or like just general debate.
Yeah, this is stuff that it's more common in other social sciences, of course.
Yeah, sociology.
Sociology, and even political science a little bit, but economists have been late. This stuff started about 20 years ago.
Okay.
On the cultural side and on the institutional side, but you know, it takes time.
I'm a fan of Asimov and Robinson and the work on institution and growth.
Of course.
Sorry.
No. Of course, that's where it all started. I mean, there's no doubt.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you that like this is some of the most like powerful political issues.
Yeah.
And like that are really affecting. My interpretation, like this stuff about like,
was the main driving factor behind Trump.
Huh?
I would say like the native sphere of the changing culture. So I think it's a good thing for the society if we can like understand a bit like these things a bit better.
As you were saying, it's risky.
Yeah.
I never thought of this being risky, but it's true. You know, I mean, in a sense, it's a delicate issue.
Yeah.
I think that is true.
It is sensitive to talk about. But
Yeah, it's a little sensitive. You have to be careful. But
yes,
yeah,
but they're also important issues to think about and try to understand.
I agree. I mean, of course, I've been doing this for a long time, so I have to agree. But thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Fabian.
Roberto.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I've been working on social identity and the role of life events in shaping social identity. So basically the idea was to come back a bit from the beginning of this literature that you initiated and to see whether if we have life events occurring in our lives, such as like having a daughter instead of having a son, this would affect the values and the cultural traits as well as the identity we get.
Very interesting. I've seen very little on this actually. So psychologists, of course, do this more. But I've seen I've seen very little. It's very important. I agree. Maybe that's your time to understand stuff, but
yes, exactly.
But even there, no. So there are this, which I always thought were interesting. It's not exactly in mind, but there are these models of people, macro models of people, having different feeling about inflation if they've been through an inflationary
or unemployment.
This kind of stuff. That I always thought, I don't know that matters, but it seemed it appears to. This is the other thing that there's also that you must know that famous paper about the 4th of July. Have you seen the paper on the 4th of July? It's a crazy thing. Can't remember the author. So the idea there is if so you know what the 4th of you're American, you know what the 4th of July is. Okay, so you do barbecues, 4th of July is and you patriotic. So the idea here is if when you were young it rained a lot on the 4th of July, so that you didn't do these things, you're less overpowered.
Okay, you get exogenous shock on.
Yeah, that seems nuts to me, but it's in the data.
So this is funny because it makes me think about like the asymmetrical Robinson you just presented, in which the revolution will always occur. So there is no uncertainty about the revolution in this model.
Yes, in a way.
Yes.
I mean, it will never occur.
Yeah. There is no probability
right.
of
There's no probability
success
of
or no success.
Yes.
And there is this saying, this French, because I'm French, so the French saying that so what was the weather on the 14th of July, which is the day where the Bastille was taken? It was sunny, because people say basically if it would have been rainy, there would never have been the 14th of July. So in the sense that there is also like kind of like probability.
I see.
In the success of
I didn't know there was this in French.
In the success of the revolution. So I was just wondering, I mean, I think it's pretty trivial to add it to the model of...
What's trivial is to add, which they did, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, their honesty is beautiful. What's trivial is to add an exogenous process, but unanticipated.
Yeah.
Right? So something happens. If it's anticipated, then it enters into the incentive constraint.
Yes.
So conceptually, it's not that easy to have that model move. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You need unanticipated shocks to move the system. Not easy, not trivial. But of course, you add a stochastic dimension there, yes, a stochastic process, and then it goes all over the place.
Yeah. With form of like...
Bewley, the person before, was talking about this, right? So, not Bewley, but Bewley and Pearson have this model where, beta moves stochastically. That's a stochastic process, that's what it is. Yeah. Right? So, you can do that with the Asimov stuff.
Yeah, because also depending on the power of the elites, you can think about like the repression being more important, and therefore the probability of succeeding in a revolution being different.
Oh, that's another thing. You can write into the model again, exactly, something like a probability of the revolution being successful. So you might have an environment where, for instance, the probability is small, but it's very hard to get it to zero, so the elite would accept some probability, would put the incentive constraint on average, and there is some probability that this will happen, and then this will happen in actual. That's more interesting, of course, because in this case it's endogenous.
Yes, exactly.
The probability with which the revolution is successful is determined by the choices of the elite and the choices of the workers. So then, of course, that probability is endogenous, and it's much more interesting. This is an important point. I think this is a better model.
Yeah, and then the payoff of the workers will also, because the payoff, like the also the churn of doing the revolution is,
of course.
So the more they have to lose, yeah, exactly.
Yes. So that's a much better model. So that's the kind of stuff you're doing?
No. But I was just wondering whether it has been done or not now.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
I think this. I may be wrong. Daron writes a lot, so I'm not sure that there isn't something out there hidden that I haven't seen. So no, I haven't seen anything like this. I've seen a lot of these models where the stochastic structure is on top. Models where it's endogenous, I haven't. Okay. But they might be there.
Yeah, they might be already written just as paper.
Just that I haven't seen it and I forgot.
I see. Okay.
But I agree that those are better models.
Yeah,
much better models.
Would be more interesting.
Yeah.
No, that's very cool. And so Thierry was in my jury committee. So.
Oh, I see. So you studied at PSC?
No, I studied at AMSE, Aix-Marseille School. And so it was because there was Avner who moved.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I gave a talk.
Yeah.
Bramouillet and Avner.
Yes.
Yeah,
so I was already in the UK.
I'm not complaining that you have to. I'm saying I came there. I was in Avner's
committee. Yeah, I know very well.
I see. So Thierry was in yours.
Yeah.
And where are you now?
I'm at UCL doing my postdoc, and now I'm moving to Barcelona.
Pompeu?
No, to UB.
UB. Cool.
Yeah.
So if you write these things, talk to me. Send them to me.
I will, yeah. And I might send you also the one on identity if you want to read.
No, that's what I meant.
Okay, yeah.
So whatever you've done, send it to me.
Okay, that's kind. Thank you. And have you think about like the first part when we were talking about cultural traits and the integration after a few generations? Have you discussed with Thierry about like estimating this in the case of France?
Estimating what?
The integration using this model in a structural way to it, and especially related to the fact that now we have like concentration of cultural types in some suburbs of some areas.
You mean immigrants and in the context of second generation immigrants in France? No, I don't.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I'm the local chair of this conference, and
yes.
I need to pick up this laptop later on. So when does this session start?
3:15.
3:50. Thank you very much.
15.
15.
15. 1 5.
1 5. Yes, I will be here at 3:15.
Thank you. No, there are issues. So we had a book. We edited a book on integration in various countries in Europe 10, 15 years ago. And I did Italy, and somebody did France. I don't remember who did France. But France is difficult in part. You don't ask, what is it? You have to get to ethnic group by the names.
By the names, yeah.
Because you don't ask stuff.
Which is a great proxy for integration.
But it's complicated. I agree.
To get the names,
to get the names, you get the individuals, you don't have all the data. So I've done this for Italy because we have access to a very nice data.
Yeah.
I've never thought of doing it from France. Neither has Thierry, I think because of data limitation.
Yeah, data limitation.
But maybe not.
So in the work you did for Italy, did you integrate did you use the spatial segregation?
We have data for every city, actually for every municipality, but of course municipality is too small to run the model.
Yeah.
So we run the model at first at the provincial level, then at the regional level.
I see.
But yes, so we have 21 regions, or I don't remember how many provinces, 100 and something provinces. So with the provinces,
Quite
no,
aggregated, but
when,
so, yeah.
I mean,
No, I mean,
no, but in the sense that, so we have, I don't remember, 9 groups. So
Yeah.
the number of Peruvian
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
Ragusa
yeah.
is 3.
Yeah.
So you see, so
Sure.
we need a larger.
Yes.
So there's a trade-off between how fine is the group, the
Yeah.
ethnic group that you decide versus the city. So we kind of play along that frontier.
I see.
So the better, I think the better working model is at the regional level. So 20 region and 11 groups or something.
Yeah. Okay. Because this might like average out and smoothen the.
Of course, there are all sorts of.
Could be like even more important effects.
Of course.
But yeah.
But if you're interested, send me an email. I'll send you the paper.
Okay. Yeah.
It's we're just finished. I mean,
it's
the
like
paper has been out for quite a while.
Okay.
But we are redoing. We have a revision to do, which is done. So
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
2 weeks.
Okay.
I
I'll
can
write
send
it.
it to you.
Okay.
If you send me an email.
Thank you so much, Alberto.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm Christian. Just finished my PhD, studying postdoc in Dublin.
Mm-hmm. You finished the where?
Thenfield.
Thenfield.
In Madrid.
Mhm.
And yeah, this kind of my work is sort of exclusively empirical.
Okay.
But I think it fits in really closely to the stuff about identity formation and sort
Okay.
of movement culture. And like my main project is looking at indigenous boarding schools in the US, so like the off-reservation schools, which you probably
Mm-hmm.
had a passing note of. And
Interesting.
what sort of the qualitative literature has said is that when people were exposed to the schools, you kind of had this dual kind of reaction. So you had people assimilate because it was kind of the only thing to do, but you also had kind of a backlash in the sense that people made an extra effort to transmit this sort of indigenous identity to their kids. And when I look at the data, I kind of do like this sort of Estiju flow event study thing. Indonesian schools.
Yeah.
I find that in the first generation, you get people sort of assimilating into marriage. You get like giving kids Western names. You get them kind of being mistaken for white, which is something you can do in the historical census data. But then the second generation, so you get the kids from these households, you link them to 1940, and you kind of see that reversing.
Yeah.
And
Very interesting.
I've been trying to kind of fit this into these trying to get some kind of conceptual framework to think about this.
Yeah.
And one thing I've been thinking is perhaps it's to do with the change in the environment, or it's to do with kind of this traumatic experience that kind of changes the way you socialize. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on how you might.
This is okay. So one way or another, this has been, not as well maybe, but the backlash of the second or the third generation is out there. Okay, so sociologists speak about this, and I'm sure it's there and it's important. Now, how do you? Okay, so it would be very interesting to think formally about this. I don't think I've done that. At some point, I think I was thinking about this thing with Thierry. I'm trying to remember, but basically, I don't want. I would not go into environmental change. I think it's too easy, right? So I would like to think about. So if that is that, who cares? I want to think about a mechanism, and I think there's a dimension where well, there could be a sort of incomplete information. There are some people who wrote this cultural transmission model with incomplete information, where really you don't know the other side. I mean, I know what it means to be a German, but I think I know, but maybe I don't. Okay, and so the second most important is you don't really know the other guy's delta V's. Okay, this I think is the most important one. You think when you socialize the first time, so you're in a group and you're very much in your close group. You don't really know the other guys, and you stay there and you think they don't like you, and then at some point, they let you go there, and with incomplete information, you think whatever the delta V in my word, their delta V is changed. Now they love you, okay? And you go there and you realize that it's not true. I mean, that they moved in some dimension, but there are all difficult dimensions. So, for instance, you go there, and you intermarriage. There's some intermarriage, but you see that it's really very hard. The guy you really like, in fact, doesn't. Okay, so all this stuff, you realize that, and then the reaction of the second generations. So. I think when you talk about what happens in France, right? So that everybody talks about it. Okay, so that in that case it's economic. They think that by assimilating, culturally, they will be assimilated economically. And what they discover is that no, the job. Yes, you can come to my school, but jobs are still for whites. Okay, so the way I would write it is incomplete information about the economy the social economic environment that you're getting into. So the first generation discovers this because they have no knowledge about the economic environment because they lived in a different environment, very close environment. Now they opened up. There's some, that environment is opened up. You expect it to be something, and you go in and you think it's not, and then you go back. That would be my idea.
Very nice.
That would be my idea. The incomplete information about the environment. That's the way everything I'm thinking about. Yeah, I must have thought about it. Came too quickly. I must have thought about this with Thierry at some point because it is a problem out there, and I think it's interesting. And in fact, I don't know that there is a model that tackles this, but we've done it. It's easy. I think.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
So you have a paper? Can you send it to me?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd love to.
Interested to, yeah.
I'd love to. Yeah. Please do. I like to.
Well, looking forward to the rest
Very good.
of it.
Interesting.
Thank you.
We said. caro. Cazzo, un tour de force pazzesco questo qua, cioè, non so più. The model conceptually is that you can't commute in P, but you do commute in both. So if you scegli simultaneously, cioè se li scegli assieme, you commute in both. Okay? And there is no dynamic, interesting dynamics of data. Perché issue è trade-off. Externalities you have first, because so they might maybe go there for the dynamics if they were, let's say, commitment. Yes, I mean it could be that the frontier touch. If the frontier touch, then you get more general. No, but the frontier that you depict is static. So and without choosing the optimist. Without choosing the optimist. The one choosing beta. The optimal institution depends on the initial. So if you let them, that's what the expert would the data because also at this point of the dynamics of beta, just the data. No, what I mean is that when you think about choosing optimum beta, that if you do that, the model is static. Yeah, sure. Right, so here, sure. I get the dynamics exactly because I left the two. And then the policymaker, so this beta T and beta plus 1 is a commitment. So choose but the fact that there is beta T in front, beta T plus 1 inside is because there is commitment on that, but not on the policy, but not on the. That's why you agree. Okay, so it's okay. But in a sense that not that the policymaker somehow is the expression of complexity of those depending on power. Yeah, it's totally abstract and it's not a guy. And is representing Westminster. He's representing the political economy of the society. So it's the one who manages to stay there as the business. But it doesn't accept the rules. It's just the point is that there is no commitment when you're elected, when you're in power. I mean, that's why when you are implementing the policy, you're not committing on the policy. So. But okay, but what are on the policy, but why should, because in your example, you have, they say beta is high, then the policy of course is tax. Well, here, beta is sort of here, let's say what are the incentives of the policymaker? Kind of. The policymaker is not a guy. The policymaker is a machine that maximizes a social work.
even that,
right?
even that doesn't come into from
It's hard, no, but it's not. It's so. This is the way societies work. So in the back, there's this idea that there is a policy environmental act, which is actually inhabited. They do stuff and they have incentives and blah blah blah. And these people, they want to get elected, and so they don't have commitment because in this world there's never commitment, really, right?
Yeah,
And
well,
then
they never commit because they have an actual gain from
yes, but I don't want to model all that. So that's why I call it indirect. I don't want to model all that. I call it
it's used for
yeah, it's a
the one who sets the policy. Okay, there will be some
There'll be
advantage, but they get some benefit from not being
in some sense, that's good. A lot of political economy equilibria are about inefficiencies in the equilibrium. And I'm saying, okay, so the equilibrium is inefficient. Let's take it as an inefficient, and let's take it from that part. See what I mean?
Yes.
And then I'm saying, but there are dimensions which, by themselves, are much harder to overcome. Right? So the typical example in this literature is the parliament. It's not true that King have considered parliaments and then take them back. It happens all the time. But if you look at a very long horizon, that's the way. So it's harder. It's easier to say, I'm not taxing you and then taxing you, than to say, this is a parliament. Oops, no, it's not, you don't have a parliament anymore, right? So that's really it. So it's as if there are two instruments. One, it's easier to take back. The other, it's harder to take back. So in the middle, I'm saying, the easy one is no commitment. The harder one is commitment. The institutional setup, it's harder to right. And the other is the everyday. Right? That's the idea. Now, if you look at, I was looking at the, I am looking at the, I looked at the, one of the things I'm doing is this thing on the percentage. Now, there, Peter, many political authorities in 1848 have considered Statuto Alberto first, and a bunch of things. Only Alberto only support stupid. The other guy is stupid. Right? So, after 48, right? So, Florence, so, revolution, parliament, I'll give it to you. No, really, I was joking. Okay, so, that's so. Yeah, so this talk, that's the it's just very abstract. So these are typically models that I call models with cultural concepts. Right. So here, in the stuff I've done, the culture is important. So all the cultural decisions are made as a parent, individually, and family, and then there's an aggregate culture of society. You can imagine environment where either the culture is decided by the top or an interaction between the top and the top. So, yes, there are those models. They kind of work similarly, but they have a dynamic dimension which is really interesting. So the model where I give welfare is that model, because if you think about wealth, when you do welfare, you need to have people looking far ahead at the effect on the population dynamics. Otherwise, it's not effective. So I want a model where whoever chooses socialization is thinking about the effects on the population distribution tomorrow. And so this guy must be large. The father doesn't know, doesn't take into account this effect on the earth, but the leader does, right? So when you think about welfare, that dimension is key. So that's why in this lecture, the only example where I had a cultural leader was the but there are models, general models that people don't look at efficiency, but generally look at dynamics. There's a paper by Thierry Zenu, there's a paper by culture paper per Jacob Castellano. So there are a few.
They also in the movie
Yes, yes, yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering because in the context of this paper about consciousness movement, we look at the impact of the institutional journals. We have a simple
The top-down
model.
institution,
So we have a simple toy model.
I agree.
We have this, communist regime with this, victims of the data transfer needs to combine in the subject, and that of course breaks then the parent-child transmission, right? It introduces the influence of parent-child and the initiative, so it tends to, reduce transmission from parents to children, and so that's this idea that, once you have an institution shock that is clear that children should move closer to their parents, this is what's important to transmission.
The other setup where this happens is the one that I was saying, I don't know in the end, I won't be able to talk about it, but the one that I was saying about the circulation of data. Because, again, in this kind of model that I wrote, culture is bottom up, but the institution is top down, right? So then there we have a model where the institutions, the institutional choice is a public good that affects the preferences of. So there is a direct. So I call it institution affecting culture, but but it's just so that's a model where there is a top-down dimension. And it is
the choice of the parents.
right. So the institution anticipates the choice of the parents, affect the choice of the parents, and this gives you the same. So that's also one way in which you can do it. By having institutions which are top-down, and thinking about their effect on culture. Okay, so that's another dimension. Somehow, even the second or third person that asked me about the cultural leaders. So somehow I've done very little about it. I don't know. I've always worked in most. Yeah, so, but there is that stuff that, of course.
Because that's often the moment you are in non-democratic sort of environment, it's oftentimes the case not only that the moment you don't have power to vote, but oftentimes they also do what.
Yeah, but those kind of models, then so that kind of story, then it's really a story where elite affects the cultural traits of the civil society. So elites as institution affect people. So that kind of stuff I can have, but not the top. But but that stuff, where you have an effect on. So one of the policies of the elite is these models typically often the policy variable is some public good. Right? So the elite can choose a public good that is favored by one group versus the other, which means that they, by doing that, they affect the cultural dimension of one. Right? So one of these stories that is a paper out there is it's about drawing in the US. It's sort of the white aristocrats offer racist, they don't care, but they offer racist policies to the racist component of the civil society. Right? So you get this link between the elites who only care about power and money, they don't really, who get the power through offering public goods to that component of society against it. So that goes a little bit in that direction. You can think of indoctrinating. This is public good. It is the same. And the public good is some sort of segregation. So in the end, it gets. So this you can do. In this in the models that I'm going to have now, which where you have both elites and culture. Start? Yes. Thank you. No, thank you. Sorry, we do it twice.
Hopefully I'll see you again by one of these times. I'm up at Yale with the Cooperative Society. Yeah.
Hope to see you soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your help.
Oh, please, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks.
I would probably have to leave a bit earlier, but it was
Of
nice
course,
talking,
of
and
course.
I'll send you the paper.
Send me the paper and send me stuff. Let's keep talking.
Definitely. Thank you.
you. Okay, let's start. And thank you for staying. I know I was expecting people to leave after lunch. Not that you're interested in lunch necessarily only, but still, this is very long. Okay. Oh, see. Okay, so thanks for staying. So let's get back. So I've written up equations for the dynamics of culture. I've written up equations, differential or difference equations, for the dynamics of institutions. And now I'm going to put the two together, okay? And there's a bunch of interesting stuff that you can do there. Now, I have a lot of slides. So one thing that I can do, so I have to pick now. I can get into the, whatever, mathematics or more, I don't get too much into the mathematics in any way, but into the formal theoretical structures of these classes of models with two dynamic equations rather than one, and to study their interaction. Or I can do more in terms of giving you examples of how you play with this model to get to implications about growth and prosperity and the stuff that I spoke about at the beginning. In the end, that's important, okay? So my guess now is I'm going to give you a sense of how we put these two equations together, or these two ways of thinking about the world together, but then I want to keep an hour for examples, okay? So in the notes that you will see, I have 3 examples, 3 simple societies. I'm going to do one, I guess. I'm going to have 3 simple societies which are really very simplified models to capture some important dynamic aspects that I think it's important to understand prosperity and blah, 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 but with no, reference to who are these people, just abstract. And then I have 2 examples, again, I'm going to do one, which is the one on Europe-Islam, where we're trying to model an historical phenomenon with this kind of models, okay? Now, there's an interesting issue about what does it mean to model a methodological issue, which is what does it mean to model an historical phenomenon? What's the data? How do you do that, okay? So there's 2 answers to this. One is you write down a structural model and you estimate it. Very hard to do with historical data. Another one is you write down a model, one of the models that I have. What is this model? I'm going to go into this in detail. What does this model give you? As I said, 2 differential equations. What does it mean? It'll give you a phase diagram, okay? A thing, literally a diagram with arrows where things go, okay? The 2 variables are beta and q, okay? So in the end, the model maps directly into a square with arrows, okay? Now, what does it mean? It means that it's interesting and possible to, so this is qualitative, of course. There's nothing quantitative in these arrows. They're just qualitative. So what this means is that you can match these models with historical narratives. Okay, the arrow says you go up and then down, or you go up that way, or you go down that way, depending on a bunch of stuff. So so one way in which you can, model an actual historical phenomenon, the case the divergence between Europe and Islam is the one that I'm looking at, is, historians have looked at that phenomenon and have written down narratives. They told you what they think happened. And then you look at your phase diagram and you say, yeah, it kind of matches or it doesn't match, okay? So that's one. Of course, the other way, which would be much better, is to write down a model and look at data, okay? The last example that I have, which is the one on the north-south of Italy, I've done that, okay? So I'm kind of having different levels of example. One, three without data, just abstract. One with data as narratives, and the other is with data as data. Okay. So I'm going to try and give you a sense of how you do these things. Okay. Because again, let me go back to what I said at the beginning. Really, one of the reasons why we do this, or why we think this is important, this literature is important, is to try and put structure into the empirical work that looks at correlation or causation over a long period of time, persistent studies. Okay, so all this literature, very interesting literature, is really about the importance of cultural institutions, elites, and whatnot. For prosperity, typically does this. Okay, so moves something 500 years ago, looks at something that moved 500 years ago, argues that that thing it's exogenous, and then looks at the effect now. Okay, there was Black Death in Germany, exogenous where it happened, and then look at vote for the Nazi party. This is a famous paper by Voigtlander and Voth, right? So basically, what the Black Death did, there were pogroms after the Black Death, so anti-Semitism. The Black Death generated anti-Semitism. The Black Death was exogenous. It happened this is in Germany, but it happened in Milan and not in Rome. And then, so in Milan there were pogroms, not in Rome. Pogroms against the Jews, not in Rome. And then, 600 years later, you go and you go and look at votes, and you see that people in Milan voted for Mussolini and not in Rome. Not true. It's actually true in different cities in Germany, whose name I don't remember, but that's not the case. So the Milan-Rome is not, nobody's looked at that, but the cities in Germany has been done by Voigtlander and Voth, right? So beautiful. So the places with the pogrom 600 years later are still anti-Semite, more than others. Okay, so that's a fantastic thing and story, and there's all sorts, or colonial settlers' mortality, the Acemoglu famous stuff. Settler mortality implies worst institution, and institutions are still worse now. Okay, worst colonial institutions are still worse now. This stuff is interesting and fascinating. What I'm trying to do is to put some structure in there to better understand this phenomena, to better understand the mechanism. Okay, so that's the idea. That's the whole reason why we do this. Okay, or one of the important reasons. So cultural institutions. So I don't want to, as I said, spend too much time here. These are models. So I'm just going to tell you how we constructed this model to make it, tractable, because this stuff gets complicated very soon, even for a French engineer. So we basically, these are models with two groups, okay, political groups. One of the two groups is heterogeneous culturally. That's the structure, okay? For a long time, this paper, the paper that I have with Thierry, was done where the political and cultural group were aligned, okay? You have two groups which have different culture and different political power. But this is much more flexible and lets you do all sorts of more stuff, right? So there's an elite and a civil society. These are the two political groups. There's a beta of the elite, which is beta, and the beta of civil society, which is 1 minus beta. And then either the elite is two groups, aristocrats, bourgeoisie, or the civil society is two groups, high civic capital, low civic capital, okay? Those are the two examples that I would like, okay? So we can work some example where both groups are heterogeneous culturally, but of course they add one equation, it's complicated, okay? But typically we have one of the two groups which are heterogeneous, and the groups are politically different, okay? So that's the story, the structure of the model, okay? Preferences, I'm repeating a lot of the stuff that I've already done, right? So the U without the The U without the index is the homogeneous group, the utility of the homogeneous group. The U with the index is the utility of group 1 or 2, which is the heterogeneous one, okay? And then, you know, there's a Nash equilibrium. Nash equilibrium has a commitment problem. There's a welfare function. There's a social welfare function, you see, with the beta and the 1 minus beta. There's a social optimal. There's the same. So everything goes through. It's now, look at the, well, I've written it a little, okay. So, see, this is the equation we had before for the dynamics of institutions. It's just that there's a second variable, right? So the policy of the policies that people want today, the policy that people have. Okay, so sorry. So let's look at this equation. What we were saying before is people want the commitment policy of the institutional system beta T. That's what they want to reach in the future, right? But they also understand that in the future, the Q will be QT plus 1, not QT, okay? So what they want to do is they want that the equilibrium at T plus 1 will be the same as what you could have, what you wanted to have today with beta T, but with the QT plus 1, because that you can't control as a policymaker. Does this make sense? So this is exactly the equation as before. There's a little bit of, you know, forward and backward looking stuff, but this is just the equation as before, okay? So it's two-dimensional, and of course, the fraction of the population in general in the game, the fraction of the population out there affects what policy and what is the policy that is going to be chosen and how the two groups like that policy or not, okay? So it's just, it looks uglier, but, you know, not really. Same for the cultural dimension, that S is basically tau I minus tau J, okay? But that tau I minus tau J, so remember, the tau depends on delta V. The delta V depends on beta now, because how much you value, you remember the indirect delta V's that I had before, how much you value your kid to be like you will depend on what happens in society tomorrow. What happens in society tomorrow will depend on the policies tomorrow, that will depend on the beta, on the institutional structure tomorrow. So directly the beta affects the value of having a kid like you, the value of socialization. And of course, socialization through Q affects the institutional choice, because the institutional choice, the optimal institutional choice will be different depending on the structure of the population in terms of the trade. So there's a clear interaction, natural, obvious interaction between institutional choice and cultural choice. Does this make sense? Okay, so in this case, we try to be a little bit more general, but but in the end, that's not very important. So we can write down the dynamics. This is again the business school stuff, right? So institutions today affects institutions. There's an institutional change dimension between institutions today and institution tomorrow. There's a cultural change between distribution of society today, distribution of society tomorrow, and there are these things in the middle that mean that there's an interaction at all levels. Okay? Sorry, I'm losing my voice, but I hope I'll be able to keep until the end. Okay? So, I don't know, those of you who were at Eliana's, the presidential address, I felt, I have the same problem that she has, which is an ulcer in the vocal cords, so I was very scared that it would happen to me too, but it's holding on for a moment. Okay, so now those are the two, these are different equations, then we'll take the limit, the continuous time limit, but you see we have, they're written in a slightly different way because we want to be nice and more general and fancy, but it's really the two equations that we had before. The only thing is that Q enters into the delta V's, and so it enters into cultural fitness, and beta enters into the institutional choice. Okay? And the way they enter, of course, depends on what's the social equilibrium about. I mean, depends on the real model. In the end, these two equations are always the same, but the meat is how how that P, which is the difference between tau, the S, which is the difference between tau, and that P, which is the difference between P and P-com. Okay, so how those things are different depends on the model that you're looking at, depends on who the people are, what are their preferences, what is the policy P, right? So this is all abstract, but in the end, you write down a model, and the model will give you, again, with the algorithm I was saying before, you write down a specific model, a specific interaction about people, and that will tell you what P-com, what P, what tau, and so on, and then you fit it in, and it works, okay? So a few things that we can do are this, but I really don't want to get too much into this because otherwise I won't be able to talk about the example. So basically what we can do is we can try and study at this abstract level those two equations, okay? We study stability, we study existence of equilibrium of stationary states, we study local stability, we study all sorts of stuff, okay? At this abstract level, of course, it's kind of hard because, there's very little structure on what is P and what is S. But there are things that you can say, okay? Fundamentally, and again, there's all the theorems in the paper, of course, and the results are in the notes. Fundamentally, everything depends on the cultural substitutability, again, substitutability and complementarity. Economists end up going there, okay? So in this case, this is the substitutability and complementarity of culture and institution. Roughly, what do I mean? What do I mean is, formally, these are the slopes of the manifolds of the equilibria, okay? So what does that mean? So suppose that we have an interior equilibrium for institutions, a beta, right? We found it before. So I said, we find out P comma beta t plus 1, it's P of beta t. What does it mean? Okay, you find a fixed point of this thing, and that's the stationary equilibrium. Suppose that there's only one fixed point. There is a beta such that P comma of beta is equal to P of beta. That is the stationary state of that dynamics, okay? Now, that depends on Q, because it's P of beta Q, P com of beta Q, okay? So this, the beta that solves this equation depends on the Q, okay? So this defines a manifold beta of Q, okay? The idea here is, so the slope of these manifolds is fundamental. So what does this mean? If Q increases, do you have a higher beta at equilibrium? Okay, so if the fraction of group 1 increases for some reason, is the equilibrium beta going to be higher or smaller? If it's higher, it's complementarity. If it's smaller, okay. So that's the kind of thing that drives all the dynamics here. Okay, the general property of the dynamics. So, of course, we do this formally, but again, I don't want to stress this too much. Okay, so this is the sign, the sign of that. Yes. So this is a good example of what do I mean by substitutability and complementarity between culture. So look at the first quote, which is the one that I had before by Machiavelli. Okay, so Machiavelli says, when culture is good, institutions are good. Culture is bad, institutions are bad. Whatever he means by good and bad, this is a case of complementarity. It basically means if you make institution better, the culture is going to be better. And if the culture is better, the institutions are going to be better. And then the culture is going to be better. That's the complementarity story. That's what he has in mind. Culture and institution are complements, and they move in the same direction. Now, look at the last quote. The better the society, the less law there will be. In heaven, there be no law, and the lion will lie down with the lamb. The worse the society, the more law there will be. Grant Gilman. Okay, so what is he talking about? He's basically saying, if people are, it's the opposite of Machiavelli, okay? Which in some environment might be the case, right? He's basically saying, if you're all good and you never steal because, you feel that stealing is wrong, but you never steal, we don't need a law against stealing. It's okay. We don't need a good institutional system. I don't care. Nothing bad happens because you're so good, right? So that is exactly the opposite. It's the substitutability dimension, right? It's your virtues are substitute with society's laws, okay? With good institutional setup. Good institutional setup are useful to take care of bad people. Otherwise, we don't need them, right? So in different environments, both this, either one or the other, depending on what's the cultural trait and the institutional system and the policy, in different models, in different structure, these two instances are there, okay? So I think the beauty of this setup is that it let you, these are derivatives, okay? It gets a little involved, but you write down this equilibrium manifold, you take the derivatives, and that's what they give you, okay? And it's kind of nice